part of the world are present today to deliver their knowledge and experience with us. So therefore, I will not take much the time and I will request Dr. P.K. Singhal, the man behind this big event, to please give the welcome address. Please, sir.
So, good morning, everybody. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor J.B. Bishampayan, Vice Chancellor, Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. At present, due to his extreme busy schedule, he is not here, but we shall display his message. Mr. V.S. Yadav, Chancellor, IES University, Bhopal, India. All the keynote speakers, paper presenters, and participants. Again, good morning. Now, here it is difficult to say good morning as all the experts have joined from different part of the globe, and some of them might be having afternoon at their places, or some of them might be having evening. But I welcome all the, on behalf of organizing committee, I welcome all the participants, and we feel honored with your gracious presence. Number of participants and speakers have joined, and they will keep on joining as per their, whenever they are free. And in this conference on next generation education technology for science and engineering, we have speaker from all over the world. I would like to name few of the countries like Indonesia, Brunei, Kuwait, Iraq, Albania, Turkey, Romania, Nigeria, Germany, Qatar, Maldives, Pakistan, Philippines, India, Uganda, Nigeria, Egypt, Bangladesh. So we have number of keynote speakers, and all the speakers are eminent in their areas and they are great educationalists. And at present, around 400 participants have joined. Few have joined online on this Google Meet. And simultaneously, this program we are also transmitting on YouTube. So number of participants have joined on YouTube, and they will keep on joining. The total participants we have at present from 49 countries. For this conference, I would like to mention the name of Dr. Mutmina from Indonesia and her colleague Dr. Anandi Asrifan, who motivated to organize this conference and contributed a lot in this conference. Simultaneously, I would like to welcome all our sessions chair, Dr. Bandana Vikas Thakre, Dr. Pooja Sahu, Dr. Kumre, Dr. Rahul Dev, Rahul Dubey, Dr. Karuna Markam, Dr. Anupam Vyas, and Dr. Bimlesh Singh. They will chair the various sessions. Now, let us come to the topic of the conference, next generation education technology for science and engineering. It is the need of the society. We have to rethink over the modes of teaching and learning. Due to COVID-19, there are a lot of changes all over the world. Very interestingly, sometimes it appears that the COVID-19 is going out, then it has again reappeared. So we do not know how long it will survive. And we cannot wait. Students and teachers cannot wait. One of the most affected community for this COVID-19 is the teachers and students. 1 year is over. It is very difficult for the students and teachers. Anyway, the need of survival has suggested us the online classes. Communication technology has invented the online classes. Now, it is the responsibility of teaching community to make it effective. There are a lot of challenges, I agree. Lack of digital resources, internet connectivity, and at some places, even the electricity. These are the lack of resources because all over the globe we do not have the digital connectivity, or sometimes students might not be having laptop or mobile phone. Then it is difficult for them, especially from the developing country and from the poor countries. So this is a great challenge, but we cannot, this is of course, the classroom teaching cannot replace the online teaching, but we have to invent some of the method for during this period. Anyway, in last 1 year we have performed very well and online teaching has been started, but still the two parts specifically in science and engineering are most affected. First is the experimental part. It is difficult to do online experiments. Computer simulation can be done, but experimental work is greatly suffering. Another tedious task is the effective assessment. How to assess the students' performance. In these, in this 2 days international conference, the persons, eminent person from their area all over the globe will present their ideas and will discuss the effectivity of the teaching and learning in all the circumstances. Certainly with this COVID-19 circumstances have changed and lot of things we need to do. So I again welcome all the participants, eminent keynote speakers, session chairs, all the organizers. Specifically, I would like to mention the name of Dr. Rahul Dubey, Dr. Lakshmi Kumre, and so many other persons have provided excellent support in organizing this conference, and I hope it will be a very great conference with your gracious presence, and the outcome of this will be very fruitful for the society. As the teaching community, we are responsible for the society. So thank you very much for joining us today's program, and this program will continue. And time schedule we have given, I have received number of requests to change the time schedule, because in some of the countries the time allocated to them is a very odd time, midnight or early morning. So we are very flexible in time schedule and date schedule. We can reschedule the lecture as per your convenience. There is absolutely no problem, but please try to restrict your lecture to 20 to 25. So thank you very much again. So over to Dr. Bandana Vikas Thakre to continue.
Thank you, sir. Sir, B.S. Yadav sir will be joining us.
Yeah, he has joined.
Okay, sir. So, very nice, sir. You have informed all the participants, the efforts and the involvements of various participants from different part of the world. Now, I request Dr. Sonu Lal to please introduce Shri B.S. Yadav, sir. He is our guest of honor. Sonu Lal, sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am. A very hearty good morning to one and all. I feel extremely honored to introduce the guest of honor of the International Virtual Conference Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering. Engineer B.S. Yadav, sir, Chancellor IES University, is an engineer and founder of the Infotech Education Society, which runs the IES University. He completed his Bachelor of Engineering in 1994 from Government of Engineering College, now UIT RGPB Bhopal. He has participated in Indian higher education delegation to the United Kingdom for consulting and meeting with Cambridge, Oxford, and Ivy League institutions regarding students' exchange programs, and also participated in capacity building workshop on higher education conducted at IIM Indore. His leadership and professional skills, his contributions in the field of education have won him the honor of being the Chancellor, IES University Bhopal, President Rajiv Gandhi Pradyogiki Vishwavidyalaya Bhopal Alumni Association, and co-chairperson of Confederation of Indian Industry Madhya Pradesh State Higher Education and Skill Development Panel, and Secretary Association of Technical Professional Institute of Madhya Pradesh. Thank you. Now I would like to request Honorable Chancellor sir to come and enlighten the audience with his precious words. Most welcome, sir.
Thank you, Sonural. First of all, good morning to all the guests, esteemed professors, faculties. So, respected Professor J.B. Biswapan sir, Vice Chancellor, Bundelkhand University. Respected Dr. P.K. Singhal sir, Chairman IET, and all the members. I am highly obliged to be part of this international virtual conference on next generation education technology for science and engineering. I am sure that with the expert and eminent panel of international speakers, we will have a golden opportunity to not only listen to their views, but also understand the levels of implementation on next generation technology in the field of science and engineering. I would now like to take this opportunity to express my views on this topic. Technology in education enables students to adjust their own pace of learning. Students who need extra time can spend more time grasping exercises until they understand them, while students who need to less support can continue ahead. It also helps the faculty to guide the students who need extra attention on individual level. Education trends will generate the way of increased internet capabilities and higher network bandwidth, bringing advanced technology into education with the greater ease. Students pursuing their higher studies in technology related fields such as engineering, computer science, or information technology have a bright and enriching future ahead. The growth of new technologies such as robotics, artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, and data science is allowing the tech sector to become even more immersive and innovative. Two of the major areas of next wave technology are augmented reality and virtual reality. Universities today are offering more opportunity for students to develop soft skills such as innovative thinking, collaboration, creativity, flexibility, empathy, and adaptability to enable them to compete in the future working world. Mathematics is considered to be the foundation for excelling in the field of science and engineering. Combining these areas become STEAM, that is, mathematics, science, and engineering and technology can't have rigid boundaries. These disciplines are so interwoven that it will be injustice to see them separate. FANG, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, and Google are providing new customer experience, which is a result of STEAM mathematics that gives various tools of data analysis and technology. Converts these tools for mass application. Most of the new age startups have understood the power of analytics in design making and customer satisfaction. Using data analytics and supply chain analytics, HR analytics, machine learning, or similar solution, we get a large number of modern age startups. An ecosystem where the mathematics and science can flourish in engineering and technology at higher education level will be the ideal combination. Next generation technology is a vast area and has been open up new frontiers of learning. We have seen massive changes in this era and still more advances are likely to occur. In the end, I would like to conclude by saying that next generation technology needs to be leveraged for opening up new frontiers. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, all the organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your nice input. Now I request Dr. Anupam Vyas to welcome our chief guest. Anupam, sir.
A very good morning to everyone. Myself is Dr. Anupam Vyas, a faculty member of Engineering Department from Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. And I'm really privileged to introduce the visionary and Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bundelkhand University, Professor J.B. Veshampayan sir. From the day when I contacted him and conveyed the message regarding to be the chief guest of this prestigious international conference, and after seeing the brochure, he was very much excited He gone through all the contents, he gone through all the names of the various participants around the globe, and he was more than happy that in the Bundelkhand or nearby areas, the efforts are going like this way. So this is really a great conference, and let me have the privilege to introduce the chief guest of today's ceremony, Professor J.B. Veshampayan. In his introduction, I think this line is enough that this is the third term where he is the vice chancellor of some university. Before coming down to Bundelkhand University, Jhansi, he previously held the positions of vice chancellor in two different universities, named as Chhatrapati Sahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur, as a vice chancellor, then followed by the vice chancellor designation in UP Rajarshri Tandon Open University, Allahabad. 7 books he has written, many book chapters, articles published by his names, and various prestigious award he arranged. Then after getting a worldwide exposure, his vision, his mission is flourishing the Bundelkhand University nowadays. Under his visionary guidance and the support, the Bundelkhand University is continuously growing. He is very happy, and yesterday he called me, and because of his busy schedule, as the respected general chair Professor P.K. Singhal sir said, he made a video of his lecture regarding this conference, and he instructed me to broadcast and convey his regret to all the various delegates of this conference. And he committed that whenever next time he will be means get a time, we will address and meet other people. So let me have the permission to broadcast the message of Honorable Vice Chancellor Bundelkhand University, Professor J.B. Veshampayan sir.
Yes, Dr. Anupam, please play his message. Yes, yes.
Anupam sir, it's not audible.
Dr. Anupam Vyas, sound is not there.
Sir, sound is not coming, sir.
Sound is not coming. So since beginning, can you again replay it?
Just a minute, sir.
Dr. Anupam, please unmute the login ID of Dr. Veshampayan. Yes. Now you play his message.
क्या आपकी आवाज छोटी सी है सर?
Dr. Anupam, sound is not coming. So please you adjust, and in between the program we shall display this message again. Okay, Dr. Anupam,
Yes,
please.
sir.
Okay. So Dr. Bandra, you please continue and invite our first keynote address.
Okay, sir.
आवाज क्यों
So
नहीं
extremely sorry for this inconvenience. Some technical issue is there. Now I would like to invite Dr. Andy. Dr. Andy, are you there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's there.
Okay, sir.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So it's my privilege
Thank you.
to introduce you, sir. Welcome you in this international virtual conference. I hope like your deliberation will be very helpful for us. So in brief,
Yeah.
I'll introduce Dr. Andy. He is a lecturer in Faculty of Teachers Training and Education in South Sulawesi, Indonesia. He had good number of research publications in reputed journals. He has been associated with different student activities and motivating them for good education. He is also head of student alumni affair of University Indonesia. He was elected to be the Vice Chancellor in Finance and Human Resources in STKIP Muhammadiyah Rapping. Sir, welcome you for this international conference. Please, sir.
Thank you. Is it visible there, Mom? Can
Yes,
you
sir, it is visible.
can you
Yes,
see?
sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon from Indonesia. Thank you again for my brother and sister in India and all over the globe. Thank you so much for this wonderful invitation from IETI Bhopal Center, India, for International Virtual Conference, Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering.
It's a request to all the participants, please mute
Dr.
yourself.
Anupam, please mute yourself. Dr. Anupam. Yeah, please. Sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, today in 25, 20 to 25 minutes forward, I will show you one of the model of research, especially in education. The names R&D or research and development. In this case, we'll specify how we analyze the knowledge of student and some instructional design. I think the picture, these picture are the problem that we as educators something found this in our classroom, both in online or in offline classroom. So that because this problem comes because the material, yeah, sometimes the material that we serve or show to our student that's not a touch they have to study or it's far from their expectation in learning. So that because as educator we have to do to find something to do in research, how to motivate and design effective material or effective teaching for our classroom. What we will cover today, the first one is about the knowledge of the student. This is the eight intelligence and career, and basic theoretical term, model and instructional design. And the third is what is the research-based development or educational research and development. And the last is some instructional design methodology. Uh, Here, the very simple guideline for design effective teaching material that as an educator we have to know this one. Uh, there are six factor that should be considered before we designing the material for our teacher, for our student. The first one is we have to consider about the learner, and then the curriculum, the resource and the facility, personal confidence and competence, copyright compliance, and the time. So why the multiple intelligence theory? I think this theory comes from the very famous one author named Howard Gardner in 1983. Uh, this theory stated that every student or every person has eight type of intelligence. They are developed in different degree. They are potential capability to everyone can activate by doing variety activity. The level of their development depends on the chance available in specific culture, and all decision taken by people, their family, and teacher. Guidance show that every student intelligence is multidimensional and dynamic, and it's not only about logical and linguistic comprehension, which is usually tested at school. And then our task is how to have the student easy to understand our material, or easy to catch our objective of the teaching. And then they can join our class easiest and then more enjoyable. This is our task. So the multiple intelligence and career, I think uh, this everybody now here, we now there are eight. Although in around 2000 we there are one uh, person include in eight or spiritual intelligence, but Howard Gardner still believe that every body has eight multiple intelligence. Nobody is perfect. That everyone has potential intelligence in their life. The first intelligence is in word smart, number smart, picture smart, body smart, music smart, people smart, self smart, and nature smart. I just give one example in this in linguistic area that I think we can observe our student or ourselves. Someone who are strong in this area or linguistic smart, exactly they will love and strong in reading, telling the story, memorizing the dates, thinking in word, and sometimes working in puzzle. And then they learn best through reading, hearing, discussing and debating, speaking and writing, and then writing through in social media or another instrument in writing. And then as educator, we can suggest them to the student who has strong in this area. We can suggest them to be a lawyer, to be a editor, interpreter, public relation, reporter, teacher, historian, and librarian. That's why there are many students, especially in Indonesia, after finishing their university, uh, uh, they 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 can't find the job that in line with their bachelor degree. So that's why, because we are as educated, especially in Indonesia, we just teach them what we are going to have to teach based on the curriculum, but we don't observe their potential intelligence, and then what should be done in the future in possible career. So um, let's move to the basic theoretical term about the model and instructional design. Here the function of the research based on Professor Sugiono. This is the very famous researchers, Professor Sugiono, who has uh, published. There are many books about the research in Indonesia. Uh, Based on his book, the function of the research divided into three components. The first one is we research because we need to do. So the research method in we need to do, we have research in development, classroom action research, operational research, and mixed method. So in other hand, in need to know, the research method that uh, that that uh, uh, that that can include here is the survey method, experiment method. I think experiment, there are very common one, that's are divided into four component, yeah, four component based on LLG, and then qualitative method and a mixed method, and then we need to choose here. That's about the formative evaluation and then summative evaluation results. Level in research in development, we have four level, like the triangle. In the very in the bottom, our level one, we now we have researching without testing. We research but without testing. That's there's and then the next phase is not researching but testing. And then the third model is research and test to develop existing product. And the last one is we research and test to create a new product, and that doesn't exist yet. This is the level of research in development based on Sugiono. And after I read this book, there are many theory that support his statement. So here, the conceptual framework in every level of research in development or step, where in level one we starting from the potential and the problem, where there are two kind of data that we combine before we product the design, where comes from the study of literature and then information gathering from maybe the student or the faculty or the alumni. And then after that we do the design validation internally, and then the last we tested design. In the level two is we research just in the certain product, and then we do the study of literature, and then we have three time of testing stage, and then we conclude the test, and in test result, and then the result of the test we compare with the standard of the certain product, and then we write the conclusion. In the level three, we starting from the research on existing product, where the data from comes from the study of literature and then the field research. And then after that, we move to the product development planning, internal design testing, and then we do we have design revision, product manufacture, limited trial, product revision, main field trial, and then the product revision one, operational field trial, and then product revision three, and then we have dissemination and implementation. The operational field trial here means that we have uh, uh, we test our product, for example book or model or strategy or media or approach that we design based on the research on existing product in the broad area. maybe in limited trial we do in one class in our faculty, but in the operational field trial we have to go out from our university or and then field in other university that in line with our objective of the research. So here the level 4 is quite similar with the level 3, but in this level 4, we're starting from the potential and the problem. And in level 3, we're starting from the research on existing product. And then that's almost the same until the dissemination and implementation. So what is the model itself? The model is a representation of reality that presented with a degree of structure and order, and model are typically idealize and simplify a view of reality. And then the model is consists of two kind. They are micromorph and then paramorph. Micromorph is talking about the physical and visual, and then paramorph is about the verbal and description. So let's come to the general strategy of instruction. There are three strategy in instructional design. The first strategy is organizational strategy that's concerned with both the gross and detailed planning of setting and teaching and learning in order to determine how the course of lessons should be arranged and sequenced. And then the second is delivery strategy. This is concerned with the session on how information can be transmitted to the target group of learner. And then the last one is execution strategy. This is concerned with the decision on the method to assist. And then this one should be executed by the teacher or educator. The last one is educational research and development or research-based development. So the question is, what is the R&D itself? I take four definition from some experts here. The first one is R&D is a process process used to develop and validate educational product. And the second is research and development is an industry-based development model in which the finding of research are used to design a new product and procedure, which then are systematically evaluated and refined, tested until they meet specified criteria of effectiveness, quality, or similar standard. And then the third is R&D is the process of researching consumer needs and then developing product to fulfill those needs. And then the fourth is R&D is the systematic activity combining both basic and applied research and aim at discovering a solution to a problem or creating new goods and knowledge. So the last here is some model of instructional design methodology. Here the general view on the major component of instructional design, where most of the model in research in the research and development comes first from analyzing needs. Here we analyze the curriculum and we analyze the subject of the research. In need analysis, we analyze the organization, analyze the resources, and then in task analysis, we analyze the curriculum. And then in design and development of learning model, so we state the objective of the teaching based on the need analysis, and then we generation of learning tasks, delivery, teaching strategy, and then how to deliver the material, the technique, and the strategy that we design. And then the last one is implementation, and we have evaluation. In this case, sometimes some researchers use formative and or summative evaluation, or both evaluation. So here, the apply example that I did in my PhD dissertation, where I designed the English for educational technology. So the model that I use here is Assure. Assure stands for analyze the learner, state objective, select instructional method, media, and material. Use stand for utilize media and material, require learner participant, and evaluate and revise. So the conceptual framework is I start from the need analysis. I analyze a learner where I divided here. I analyze a target needs and the student learning needs. And then in development phase, so I did a state the objective based on the analysis of the learner, and then select the instructional the suitable of instructional method, media, and material. And in implementation, utilize the media and material, require the learner participant, and then we have the try out, and then evaluate and revise, and the last piece is dissemination and implementation. And exactly, I because I'm in level 4 of R&D, so I create a new product in English for educational technology. So the other model is the Dickey Carey model of instructional design. Here, some research and development model in education named the Dickey Carey model, where we start from we assess the needs and identify the goal, and then conduct instructional analysis, and then last we analyze the learner. We write performance objective, develop assessment, develop instructional strategy, develop select instructional material, and then we have format instruction. And if there is some revise, so we go back in to develop the assessment instruction, and then move to the next page until the summative evaluation, the last page. In our hand is the 3 phases of Gagne 9 event of instruction, where the first instructional event is gain attention, inform learner of the objective, stimulate quiz recall, present learning material, provide guidance for learning, elicit performance, provide feedback, assess performance, enhance retention and transfer. Another model is Rothwell Kazana's ID model. In Rothwell is we conduct a need analysis, and then we assess relevant learner characteristic. We analyze the factor in workplace setting, and then perform analysis of job, task, and content, and then we write statement of performance objective, develop performance measurement, sequence performance objective, specify instructional strategy, and then the last one is design instructional material and evaluate instruction. Another hand, we have the Smith-Rajan model of instructional design, where we have 3 components here. Analysis is we have to know about the learning environment in our classroom, learner, and learning tasks. In strategy, we determine the organization strategy, delivery strategy, and the management strategy. And the last is evaluation. So we conduct the formative evaluation and instruction. Uh, the other model is Diamond's model instructional design for higher education. This model is suitable for R&D in the higher education, where in here we have two phases. The first phase is name project selection and design, and then the phases to name production, implementation, and evaluation for each unit. Another hand is ARCS, or attention, relevance, confidence, and satisfaction model. And the very famous model that even I forget some researchers stated there are 70 to 80 percent of researchers who conduct the research in development use this model named AD. AD: analyze, design, develop, implement, and evaluate. Where there are some key questions within the AD model framework. The first one is who who are the target group of the learner? What content to be taught or learned? What for instructional goal and learning objective? Why accountability or analysis? And how instructional how does the instructional strategy and method, and when does the timeline of instruction? And then the last is where's the venue of the learning environment. Here, the common instructional design procedure organized by AD. And then here, the comparison between Diamond ID model and then the AD itself. And then the last is the very common one stated from the goal Jones and Borg 2007, the step of system approach model of educational research and development. Based on this model has 10 steps, starting from identify instructional goal. And then in step 2, we conduct instructional analysis. In step 3, we analyze learner and context. In step 4, we write performance objective based on the analysis of the step 1 and step 3. And then step 5, we develop assessment instruction. Step 6, we develop instructional strategy. Step 7, we develop and select instructional material. And then the step 8, we design and conduct formative evaluation instruction. And then step 9, we revise instruction. And then step 10, we design and conduct formative evaluation. I think that's enough for my explanation and then my presentation today. Thank you so much for attention, and good afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Andy. It was really a nice presentation, very knowledgeable. Any questions from the participant side? Please ask.
Yeah, Dr. Bandana, with
Yes,
your
sir.
due permission, I would like to make a comment.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Andi, very excellent and informative lecture. We really feel honored with your gracious presence, and certainly it will help to the teaching community. And Dr. Andi and Dr. Mutmina was the main driving force behind this international event. Thank you very much, and thank you to Dr. Mutmina.
Thank you so
over
much.
to Dr. Bandana, please continue.
खेतान सर, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? आपने हैंड रेस किया था.
Excellent lecture and a new level of thinking. So I think that the thought process should go on for all these activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So once again, thank you, Dr. Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you for your inputs. So next, I would like to invite Farhana Haq. Is she here? Farhana Haq. Is she in the meeting? Yes. She is there. Welcome you,
Yeah.
ma'am, in this international
Yeah.
conference.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Invite me here.
So again, it's a privilege for me to introduce you, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So now I welcome Farhana Haq from Faculty, Academy of Brunei Studies, University of Brunei, Darussalam. She is also a PhD research fellow. She had been a reviewer in various international journals from USA, UK, Australia, and Dubai. She had very good number of publications in her account, and it is worth mentioning that she had published two poems also in Bangladesh, and she had got best paper awards for her publications in various journals. She had been selected as a brand ambassador in TGPRC International Journal. She is also having a membership in various reputed international journals. Welcome you, ma'am. Please start your presentation.
Thank you. So, shall I start now?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, madam, it is visible and audible.
Okay.
No issues.
So, okay. Good afternoon from Brunei. Actually, I am a PhD student in University of Brunei Darussalam, and I am actually learning and researching on my topic, and I am very glad that I attended several conferences, and as a very young and junior researcher, I am privileged to talk with all other wise and talented researchers and teachers from different countries. So I'm really glad today that I'm here to be one of the part of this conference. So thanks to the organizers of the Institution of Electronics and Communication Engineers, India. So as I said, it's my utmost pleasure to be here. So however, the subject of today's conference is the next generation education technology for science and engineering, and I just chose on simple topic like what I know about the technology since my childhood till now. So I would like to talk about that little bit, and so that my topic you can see, so I can move forward to the background of what technology is. So yeah, so over the last 2 decades, our lives have been truly slowly taken over the technology. And you can take a moment to look around how many screens do you see right now. You can include the screens on us around, and Wi-Fi that enabled gadgets have changed the way we work, play, even raise our children. So today's offices would be unrecognizable to workers of the past that we have to thanks and for the proliferation of emails, the video conferencing, tablets, laptops, computers, and other relatively recent innovations that we have. And meanwhile, more and more of our personal time is influenced by our gadgets with each passing days. So we can think that have we reached the peak technology? Hardly. And the answer would be yes, we just reached the peak of our technology and how it influences our everyday lives in every ways. uh, it can influence our professional life, our personal life, and beyond of this. So as according to the researchers, 79% employees now work on virtual teams, but uh, through by email, online collaboration, messaging, video conferences, or some combination of any of the above. So according to own research in 2013, the researchers found that 94% of job holders are internet users. This includes full-time, part-time, and freelance workers in technology companies, big corporations, and small businesses who work in cities and suburbs and everywhere in India. So communicating professionally meant writing letters, sending faxes, or spending hours on the internet. So technology has made communication faster and better than ever before. So the employers in the job sector, they are reaping the benefits of technology now. So the major report cited in British newspaper, the Telegraph, you know, this is very renowned newspaper in UK. So they found out that the incorporation of technology into the workplace has led to an 84% increase of productivity per hour for office workers since the 1970s. So the major influencers are emails, business, software, and yes, even cell phone, they are using this. So apart from the professional uh, life, we can come to the personal uh, life, that how technology affects us. So we don't leave technology even in our personal life, and private lives might be even more tech enabled than our personal or professional life. So in 1980s and 1990s, our television were often the height of our home. Technology, some people, they had clunky computers and Nintendo for the kids, and maybe even a cell phone in their car. So they used to manage technology by those things. But now it's developing more and more in this 21st century, and many researchers, they are finding lots of development in the sector of technology. So from the census bureau tells us that 15% of homes had a personal computer in 1989, but by 2011 that number climbed to 75%. As I said, that now it's growing than before. Now we have desktop computers, laptops, smartphones, tablets, Apple watches, GPS enabled cars, and more coming every day. So in fact, going without tech might trigger an essential crisis for some. Our technology helps us learn, date, eat, socialize, and so much more. So only the time I think that we don't use technology is when we are dead from now. So this is the thing, that we are always using technology in every way we are living life, maybe either in professional life or personal life. They are attached to us like glue. So the next point is, I mentioned the children of today are the leaders of tomorrow. So this is very famous quote from Nelson Mandela, is a widely known remark that encourages us to believe in our ability of technology day by day. So yeah, let's talk about the aim. So what should be the aim of the modern technology in education? There are lots of aims it could be in learning and teaching. So I should refer to some aims here. Students by giving them ownership of how they learn and making education relevant and in digital lives, and preparing them for their futures with technology, the access to resources, successfully integrated into classrooms. Students develop a lifelong love of learning. They just attached with learning because of the technology. They feel it like a friend, and if they get any problem or something like that, they have the technology to get the assistance from them. To personalize learning for students, technology can help them reach new level. As I said, that besides teachers, these technological gadgets are helping and spreading the new way of education towards the students in schools, college, and university, and everywhere. In the classroom especially, teachers can take help from the technology. So yeah, here is the sequence I would love to talk about. So this is the introduction of technology in a brief way. I can say that what is the technology and what it does and did and doing in the field of education. So yeah, successfully education is day by day with the skills of developed technology. It's making students more attract to the studies, and they got lots of enthusiastic students because of the technology. Teachers are very much happy, or it's very helpful to attract and teach them in a innovative way. So yeah, this is the thing technology is doing to us, to the students, to everyone, not only students. So the principal affair we have through the technology is the school systems basically have the hard decisions of choosing devices and technology models that will help achieve their visions of transforming learning. The device decisions should transforming learning, then multiple stakeholders, and evaluating how educators and students use the devices for day-to-day learning. So stakeholders should take into account appropriate grade level curriculum content needs and how the devices will be used inside and outside of the classroom. It's not easy task, but considerations such as compatible digital curriculum and content assessment requirements, manageability options, security features, device functionality, and the overall cost of ownership are key to choosing the right device. So a secure and robust IT infrastructure is the foundation of 30 360-degree learning experience. So this is the thing. If we can accumulate uh, all these things all together, we can get the super uh, acceptable or credible learning experience. So we should work together to provide like this. So the supports of digital content protects key and student data, boost operational efficiency, and promotes learning. So Intel can help school system establish that focuses on technology to enable personalized learning, connected and efficient classrooms. So this is the thing that it all adds up to the success of the students. So the next is what is the technology, the features of technology. So what technology provides us, the digital realm, the productivity, the synchronization, these are the aspects or the features of technology, you can say. So what the technology provides us, this can provide us different opportunities, make learning more fun and enjoyable in terms of teaching same things in new ways. As I said several times before, that technology actually attracts students to learn in a better way, and delivering teaching through gamification, taking students on virtual field trips, this is the best example that today we are having the online, virtual international conference. We can meet and see each other face to face. So this is the scope for us to know only through the blessings of technology. So this is what technology provides us. Kingdom of technology. So what are the realm? So this is increasingly used in education, this digital realm, and it's a way to make things done in an easier and smarter way. Learning uh, possible in a smart way. So again, what is the productivity of technology? That it creates opportunity for remote work. Workplace have evolved that unlike traditional workplace requiring everyone to work from the office, current businesses are new embracing remote work. Disruptions such as COVID-19 pandemic have made business realize the importance and necessity of work from home opportunities. So while not everyone business can operate remotely, the concept fits for most of the trades. So technology have made it possible to deliver projects from the comfort of your couch. Video conferencing tools like Zoom and this Google Meet and all other softwares have enabled employers to collaborate and share helpful information. So technology actually brought about employee monitoring tools. These tools such as Time Doctor, the software name, the Time Doctor can record screen time, mouse activity, or the GPS location. With such tools, it is new and easy for the companies. So to measure each team's member productivity level, it's very good for among the employers. So what is the strength of technology? Create a system in unison, and it also occurs between network nodes to ensure the data stream are received and transmitted correctly. So it is to prevent data loss in in sequence with and in a timing way. Advantages of technology. So there are lots of advantages. It could be repeated as I said before. So what are the benefits of technology in education is one of that a lot of educators are asking themselves right now. So the COVID-19 pandemic that has provided really a wake-up call to all of us, and especially to the educators. If we are honest, most of us will say we were not ready to deal with an immediate closure of all schools. As we as we saw that immediately we had to close all of our educational institutions, offices, and everything. So luckily, technology did bail us out in most cases. While it may not have been indeed, it was good enough technology. So it provides credibility for the teachers. Today's students have never known a world where everything is available level of credibility to their knowledge for this generation. Even just a single technology tool can make a major impact on our life, especially on the life of student. And it access to numerous resources instantly. And when students were forced to drag heavy textbooks or they can access through books and other tools that are available through the
Excuse me,
technology.
Farhana, you are left with 5 minutes. Farhana, you are left with 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Please take care.
Yeah. So yeah. So those are the gadgets of technology like room PCs and internet, and also quickly if I can show tablets and iPads, television, Google Plus, then electronic blackboard, uh, multimedia classrooms. So these are the things we had in technology, and there are some along with the advances, there are some disadvantages as well. So these are the advantages we got, and some disadvantages our brain activity, creativity, and students they got this time and creating the enough room for these things are the disadvantages of technology besides the uh, advantages. So that's all from my side, and I think I covered up all the technological thing in my speech. So thanks all.
Okay, thank you, Farhana. You really speak very well about the technology and the available technological options with us. Any questions from the participant side?
I think I finished.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Now, next with us, Amal Mosa Abul Saleh. Is she here? Amal, are you there in the meeting? Amal, it seems some issues with her. So we'll move to the next one. Ahmed Obed from Iraq. Ahmed sir, are you there?
She's
Yes. Yes, he is there. So it's my privilege to welcome Ahmed sir from Iraq. He is a creative lecturer at Department of Computer Science, Faculty of Computer Science and Mathematics, University of Kufa. He has done his PhD in web mining and data mining from the University of Babylon in 2017. He is also having a very good background of research, very good number of publications, and he's having his main like he's also edited some books and authored also several scientific publications in journals and conferences, and he's a very frequent reviewer of international journals and international conferences. So welcome you, sir. Ahmed, sir, over to you.
Good morning. Good
Ahmed,
morning, ma'am.
good morning. Yes,
Good
good
morning,
morning.
everybody. Can you please confirm me if my sound is audible to all of you? Because some noise due the electrical problem.
No, no, it is
I
very
am
crystal clear. Your voice is audible. You can go ahead, sir.
okay. Without any noise, because the generator is working. We have unfortunately some issues in electrical in my area.
No, no, it's audible. Perfect. You can
Okay,
start.
okay. Thank you for. I will share my presentation. Few seconds. Just give me a few seconds.
Okay, sir. Ahmed, you're not audible now. Hello? Ahmed?
Hello, ma'am.
It's coming now. Yes.
Yes. Can you please share, confirm me if my presentation
Yes, it
visible
is
to all of
visible
you?
and your voice is also audible. You can start.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Shall we start?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for organizers of Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering Conference. And thank you for inviting us to present one important topics about analysis of internet users' behavior. We are given in this presentation a landscape view about the most critical subjects and how the social networks, like companies and all the companies, how they are analyzes our behavior when we are visiting their websites or repositories and all of these techniques and websites. Now we are going to analyze one important topics in this seminar. It's called the log data. And also we will discuss the version format sources of these data, the data parameters, and what are the parameters and patterns behind that portion of content. Also, the critical tools for analysis behavior, limitation and drawbacks, and we are going to give small information about web mining and data mining and analysis some results from our related works in the previous projects. At the beginning, sorry, a log file is nothing than some text file register each and every content we have did or we have done in our work through our sessions. For example, some people sitting behind their desktop and browsing some content, typing some content, chatting with someone. So there is one file either in the client side or on the server side, register each and every content you have did in your PC or in your laptop or even in your smartphone. So these kinds of information is very critical. Why? Because it's given a very well history about your behavior. So for the privacy usage, these contents actually kept in somewhere in some secure manner to avoid any kinds of unethical usage. So for that reason, this file actually for if someone would like to know about your behavior, simply he go to analyze these files and he will understand your behavior. So suppose if I would like to monitor my friend, what he like, what he doing for 6 months, I can approve his behavior for 6 months, for example, looking to me good or bad or anything else. So for that reason, we have to know why these kinds of information or data is very critical to each and to each other. I think all of you knows that about the Facebook and WhatsApp privacy like story, and why some people would like to discard WhatsApp because there is some agreements in the privacy and all these things. So let us go for discuss what kinds of log files exist at the current time. So there are 4 types of log files based on the information contents. Log files that exist in the server side, and also there is some log files exist in the client sides. So we have low access log file. These kinds of files register and log all the contents related to the access, some media, some contents in the server side. Error log file, this file actually used for monitor the performance of the web server. Suppose if you are working in some laboratory or computer, working on that computer, you want to know the performance of that computer, you have to look at the behavior of that computer when you are working in several programs. So this also give an indicators if the server given a lot of errors. That means the server maybe we have to change or modify some contents. Agent log file, this file actually exists in the client side itself. And referrer log file provide information about the links and the redirect visitors to that site. These the log file kinds and types that exist in our technology we are used at the current time. So log files actually comes in the different structures, and each one given a different kinds of information, depends on the usage and the place or when that log file or where that log file exists. So actually the types of contents here, we can recognize some information maybe related to our IP address. So this information actually, if someone knows that IP address, maybe he can easily join to our systems and also hack it our systems and information. So I will explain here where the log files exist. Actually, this is a client side, this is the internet environment, and this is the server side and the database that link it to the servers. When someone typing some content here, for example, search about some
Dr. Ahmed,
seminars,
excuse me, your
yes,
page not
yes.
change. Your page, it doesn't change. Now we see just, yes, now we can see it.
Okay, so I think due the internet connections, it's not changed. So shall I go for from this slide? Now it's visible. I think slide number 6. Hello?
Yes, we can see it. We are following you.
Okay, now I am in slide number 6. It's visible to all of you?
Yes, we can see it. It's visible for us.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirmation. So now we are going to explain when and where the log files exist and what are the important parameters behind these files. Suppose someone here pushing some contents in the web server, sorry, in the web browsers, on typing some content and somewhere in websites. So actually the types of requests will send to the web server, and the web server connected to some databases and retrieve that content to the users. So this scenario, actually many log files here exist. We have discussed 4 log files. One exists in the client side because here it's called the cookies, and also if someone hacked this system, they can know what your passwords used and what other information, critical information used. Here in the web server, no, I monitor this user and all other users that made the request to my server, and also what are their and what their information related to IP address, locations, and timestamp, the status code of others, and the also referrer page. So some important information also recorded in these files is considered very critical information to the privacy of usage. So here we are discuss the log file types. We can recognize here there is some IP address. Actually, in the real time, this is not real IP address, because you know, all of you, this like a privacy information, not all the data sets allowed to use it like real IP address. So here we can know that the IP address of this user, and also what kinds of request he made. Maybe he's request some PDF, Word file, image, and all these things. So here also we can record some other information about many users and record all their information. So what kinds of information we can extract it from each and every log file? The most important things we have to know behind the log files. We can know the user profile, because so many companies working on this manner itself. Why? Because you know, all of you like Amazon, some Netflix, some other maybe very good companies working on this. Why? They try to analyze what you are like, or maybe what you are doing in the next visit. So they recommend some content to you, they register some information about you. So they are tracking what you are browsing, what you are typing in their website. Then they build a user profile about you, your name. Then next time when you are visit them, they will recommend something. If maybe some of you, they visiting, for example, some like companies for maybe purchasing some cameras, something related to camera. If they suppose someone visiting that website and browsing about camera and lenses and something, so he will find that company offer another offers to you. They will send some like information about cameras, and you offer their like a new product there, and all these things. So how they know I am like that cameras and only looking to cameras, not other products? Because they are analyzes when I'm where I am pushing any content, and when I am enter each and every record. So for that reason, they collect the data, then analyzes your behavior. Then they will know your behavior, and you are maybe looking to purchase a cameras, maybe you are photographer or something else. So this is the scenario behind the usage of log files, and also some other contents. We are using these kinds of information for terrorist reason. You know, all of you, some peoples may be posting some terrorist content around the wars. So how to identify their IP address, how to know from where they are pushing these contents, because maybe some contents related to religions, related to terrorists, related to some not good situations. So we have to monitor and also knows about each and every one who pushing the content in the websites. So for that reason, some companies looking to this scenario and produce some analysis tools to analyze the user behaviors behind that. So if we are looking to these tools, we can know from where that user come, and also very good statistics about their behaviors, like suppose how many times he visiting my website, and how long he stay in each and every URL. So here I am showing one example about these tools. It's called AW State tool. Actually, he's showing here the JPG image has been visited 300 plus times, and also this URL maybe 12 times. So it's give very good indicators to me, maybe some contents visiting than others. So it help also to develop the website technology that produced to my committee. Here also another examples. For example, also give some statistics about another media, and also the file types and the percentage bandwidth. Maybe I would like to monitor the bandwidth of my server, because the servers like configuration and also prices is based on the bandwidth. Maybe if I looking to so many bandwidth in my web server, I have to go for another plan or another server. So what are the limitations, sorry, behind the log files? Actually, most of the log files indicates what do not indicate what information user wants. So we have to go for analyzing this information and suggest a new algorithms to analyze what kinds of information these users want. Actually, these requirements called the recommendation systems, and association rules also can be used here. These systems and another, so from others committees. So the log what information user expect to find.
Dr. Bandana.
Sir, hello.
Hello, sir.
It appears that he has lost the connection. So we shall request him to continue after when he joins. In the meantime, I request to Dr. Pooja Sahu to take over and continue the another session if the all persons of the session has completed.
Yes, sir, all have completed, but I'll request Karuna madam to start the session.
Yeah, please, Karuna madam. Dr. Karuna madam.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, all. I will start with the session, and I want Mr. Mentor Kovachi. Are you there? I would like to invite Mr. Mentor Kovachi. Are you there? Hello. Mentor Kovachi from Albania.
Dr. Karuna, he is not here. You may invite the next speaker.
Okay, sir. Next speaker is Korhan Cengiz from Turkey. Uh, are you there, Mr. Korhan Cengiz?
No, he is also not here, and
Uh,
Corina is also not here.
Next
So,
is Edigan J. Kayode. I think
uh,
he's also not there.
now because he will join late, so
Edigan.
any
Okay, sir.
other speaker who is scheduled today, if he is available, he or she is available, can report for his or her lecture because some of the
I announce the name, sir. Whether they were there or not, है ना? Farha Diba Izgi from Germany. Mohammed Galal from Qatar. S. Ravindranath from Maldives. Dr. Akram from Pakistan.
mm,
Sir, actually,
probably all these persons will join at their own time. In the meantime, we have our very wonderful person, Dr. Mutmina is here. Dr. Mutmina?
I prob.
Dr. Mutmina?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. Can you start? Can you give your presentation today?
Yeah.
Yeah, so please start. Dr. Karna, please start about Dr. Mutmina. She is a very wonderful lady and the key person behind this conference. So, Dr. Karna, please.
yes, sir. Hello, Dr. Mutmaina, madam. I take the
Hi.
pleasure to invite you in this two-day conference. Madam, please start your presentation.
Me right now? Okay, with me. Can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Wait. Oh, no. Wait. Can you see?
No,
Hello?
madam. No, madam. No, it is not visible right now.
It's not visible with me.
Yes, ma'am. It is visible now.
Oh, wait. It is okay?
No, madam. It is not visible.
No.
Let
Yes,
me
yes. Yes, yes. Now it is presenting.
visible right now.
Okay, no.
Really surprising because I'm just entering to the Google Meet and then you call my name, but it's okay.
Madam, please start.
Okay. Good afternoon from Indonesia. Before I start my presentation, I want to say thank you to the principal, the organizing committee, and all of the participants, and the keynote speaker who are attending this international conference. My name is Dr. Mutmaina, but you can call me Nina. This is some of my identity, my national and international organization. Actually, I am lecturer at Al-Asyarah Mandar University, West Sulawesi, Indonesia. I am Deputy Director in this university, Assistant Country Director of International Youth Society in Nepal, and Ambassador Coordinator Member of Charles Walter Innovation and Research in India, Deputy Secretary Star Philippines, and so many more. And also this is my Scopus ID, my ORCID, my research identity. So feel free to visit and cite my article there. Well, my topic today about leveraging edutainment to engagement student online learning environment. I choose my topic today. This is because of some of the concept on education in education sector that you can see here. I divided into five because right now we are in the virtual era, in the global era, and also we are practice normally physical distancing and the social distancing because the pandemic of COVID-19. But actually, this is there are many blessings, the effect or the impact, the benefit from the COVID-19 because we are massive to use ICT tools, application, some of the technology or media in our classroom. As you know that we are lost a physical classroom and then we are transformation into the virtual classroom. That's why we can be use artificial intelligence in education. Also, we are practice remote teaching, virtual class, distant education, and then we must be adapt with the new culture or new habit, new habit. The new habit in education. This is how to integration the technology in our learning and teaching process, and also we are need to redesigning our curriculum based on the pandemic situation. And also we must infuse smart digital classroom management. Why we need to be more manage our classroom. Because you know the instructional design between physical face-to-face classroom and then online or virtual classroom, this is very different. And how we are to accelerate learning and then facilitate our student with the simple interaction in the classroom to achieve namely the higher of thinking skill, or we must be facilitate our student with the 21 century skill, and we can be apply in or manage our classroom with the quantum learning. Quantum learning, this is how we are facilitate our student with the some of the resources in learning, and also in quantum teaching, how we are teach with the student based on the student condition, what they want, what they need, and what is actually they are a lack in the material or in the learning outcome. And also, yeah, technology. We can be used the some of the technology, the application, the platform. We must facilitate and train our student how to access the technology, use the technology, and also have a skill to integration the technology in learning. And the cybergogi, this is one of the theory in learning and teaching by Wang and Kang. The cybergogi concept, this is how you, when you are combining between technology and pedagogy in your classroom. Why this is very important? Because when you are combined between pedagogy and the technology in the classroom, actually you improve or you increase your student metacognitive skill. The metacognitive skill, this is mean that you must the student knowing how to learn and how to collaboration some of the resources. For example, some of the tools or the technology or education application. And right now, this is we are in the digital era, and also we must give
Dr.
the
Meena,
student. Hello,
Dr.
yeah,
Meena, yeah, your slide is not changing.
not changing.
Slide is not changing. Please change your slide. And Dr. Fatima, please mute
Wait,
yourself. Dr. Fatima.
Wait.
Nikhat,
Dr.
Madam
Fatima,
Nikhat.
please mute.
Hello, Madam
Yeah,
Nikhat.
hello. This is
Madam
not
Nikhat, please mute yourself. Nikhat Fatma. Nikhat Fatma, please mute yourself.
this is not visible. I will share again my PPT. Sorry. This
Hello,
is okay.
Nikhat
This
Fat.
is okay.
No, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Rishit Fatma, please mute yourself.
This is okay. Can you see?
Renew करना
Yes, madam.
Okay, I continue. And then the condition of in education right now, because we are in the pedagogy evolution by 4.0. So to cover all of the background as the background and the phenomenon that I mentioned before, today's our menu will cover into the learning management system in education, teaching and learning with information communication and the technology, and also education and entertainment together. This is to leveraging the edutainment. A learning management system. Why this is very important to manage our learning management system in education? Because right now the education condition we are transformation, and then we need to train our student, and then also we use the approach as the student centered learning in our learning and teaching process, because knowledge, this is the navigation right now. Not again just transfer the knowledge, but today educator must be have a function as just resource guide or giving navigation for the student. And the student, we need to be, they are more expressing their knowledge by practice or demonstration in the front of in the classroom. And this is the education. Actually education, this is the holistic process. The holistic process not only about the transfer knowledge, not only about how to teach the student in the classroom, but this is holistic. We are train our student how to have skill or competent. For example, today, because today we are must be training them how to use the technological tools or integration the technology in learning. Because we are during the pandemic, and also we are delivering our learning and teaching process by using some of the platform. And also in education, this is we are train our students and teach them how they are more have a value, they are have a good attitude, behavior, and character. And well, this is the condition of today. Why we need to manage our classroom with the learning management system or by using technology of the platform. This is because the condition, uh, the student condition, the student characteristic. This is different with our generation. Yeah, the student not like you, accept it, and then we must teach them differently. So uh, right now, the student, they are familiar with the smartphone or the using smartphone and laptop, and we can be facilitate them how to get the maximum in learning by using their device. And also to be to in academic management, this is very important. Use the technology to manage our institution, our university, or our school by using LMS learning management system. This is actually very important to create the right learning environment, and then also this is supporting with their educational career, how they are will be managing and handle day and the academic operational activities. And the next, this is easy to be to communicate, and then the student, we hope they are building up their communication and support with communication between teacher, the student, and then the administration or the staff in university. And the outcome here by using educational management system or software, actually this is more the we can learn anytime and anywhere. It's more flexible. This is the highlight of education management system software. And then we really do hope that there are many application in education that we can be create to support the student need. And also this is we can be reflection about right now our classroom condition, and in virtual classroom, how we are make our student and then use the student center learning approach in our learning and teaching process. And we have a need to be keep our class to be more communicative. Actually, this is very difficult when you are only teaching by using, for example, WhatsApp, and then some of the student or most of the student they are have a different internet connection, or maybe the student don't have a good time management, and then they will lose a communication with you. Yeah, this is the challenge. And also encourage students to set their own goals, and then this is we need to know meet all the learner student learning style, because the student they have a multiple intelligence, or maybe they are have a different learning style. So we must to cover all of them to cover the student learning style before we are designing our classroom or our material. And then by using technology or ICT or tools, this is, I think, will be make our classroom more comfortable. And also this is by using learning management system, why we use technology in the classroom, because technology, this is effective and more or cost effective, and this is user friendly, easy to edit, revise, and then this is it will be engage student in online environment. And also, by using this technology, we are train our student, our educator to becoming a digital student and digital teacher. And also, this is the indicator when you are wanted to be being a digital teacher. You must be use a social media for professional development, and this is the basic of ICT skill. You can find and evaluate authentic web-based content using software to support critical thinking. We do really hope by using this technology or integration technology, it will be facilitate and support the student 21st century skill to achieve the Bloom taxonomy. And what is a learning management system? This is the technology in education. This is covered with administration and documentation, tracking and reporting and delivery. Some of the elements that you can be use and choose based on your student condition. For example, it model, Moodle, Blackboard, success factor, skills of, and then many more. And maybe you have own your learning management system in your institution. And why education application? Not only about we must manage our educational administration, educational system, and educational or everything in education aspect. We can be used, namely here, education application for supporting our classroom. Our classroom will be more interactive or innovation. Educational application, this is the computer software, and then this is which is teaching. We can be used have function to which this is teaching or self learning. The student can access anytime and anywhere, and then the strategy that we can be apply here, synchronous or asynchronous strategy. And education application, this is enhancing interaction, tomorrow's skill today. This is supporting with the skill, technology skill for the student. This is entertainment and engagement available, and this is instant to be added. And education application right now, this is supporting the condition today in COVID-19. This is online learning, and also we are handle our closed classroom. This is the example of Indonesia LMS, our ministry, namely SPADA, that you can be see here. We can use, and also this is Edmodo, for example, and then Coursera. Actually, this is Coursera from Stanford University and collaborate with Dr. Randy University. And maybe for Coursera, you can ask Dr. Randy to train you to join the Coursera. This is the platform. And the next about PuterLearn. Some of the elements, right? This is from Elsevier. And EdWeb, this is education web webinar. Yeah, you can joining this platform. I think this is the LMS, this is model, and this is the smart digital classroom tools for the teacher. There are some of the tools here that you can integration in your classroom. Well, this is the Bloom taxonomy application. Actually, when we are apply and use this application, we must choose based on what is actually you wanna be your student. For example, this is because this is based on the Bloom taxonomy. When you wanted to ask your student to remembering, yeah, you can use some of the application here. For example, Google Understanding. You can use Twitter or use Google. Applying, you can use Step Collect or use Podomatic or Slide Share. Analyzing, you can use Pinterest. Evaluating, you can use Edmodo, Animoto, and integrating, you can use Animoto, TikTok, or Prezi. All of these application, this is very good. But remember, come back again with your student condition. If your student familiar by using WhatsApp or Google Classroom, or they are familiar just only searching by using a Google application, you can use it. So just remember, if you wanted to achieve the higher of thinking skill based on the Bloom taxonomy, you must be consideration some of the application based on the Bloom taxonomy application. Well, sorry. The next, this is, oh my God, let me, not working. Sorry, my PPT, yep. You can see here, this is not only the application, but you can use some of the platform. For example, this is a virtual reality. This is the platform. And you can use artificial intelligence. This is the example of artificial intelligence because I'm teaching English subject. So we can be apply this artificial intelligence in the classroom. The student can giving conversation or dialogue or speaking with their artificial intelligence, just for example. And the intersection between pedagogy and the technology, maybe this is not happening in Indonesia, but in my country, we have a challenge between the pedagogy and the technology when we wanted to integration the technology in our learning and teaching process. Our infrastructure, ICT, this is still low. So actually, we need to be our ministry, the collaboration between our education, culture ministry, and our communication ministry must be have collaboration to facilitate us with the good infrastructure. For example, internet connection, because some of area in Indonesia we are in the still in the blank spot. Blank spot. This is most of the students and the teachers. They don't have the internet connection. Most of them don't have a device. And the next, this is about teaching and learning with ICT. Why use ICT? Very important. This is the data. You can see here. This is the work data. Most of the social media, the higher yes by using Facebook, YouTube, and WhatsApp. And the next, what about in Indonesia? In my country, most of the social media or ICT that you can be see here by using YouTube and Facebook, and also by use Twitter. And then in education, why this is the technology for the teacher, this is very important by using ICT here to supporting the student virtual classroom right now. This is actually ICT change the way teacher to teach and will be change the student to learn. And also this is you cannot be under stress. Here use the student centered learning approach. And related to the some of the application, this is the pedagogy application. Some of them that you cannot be used. This is the Bloom taxonomy. If you wanted to facilitate your student with the higher of thinking skill, and what is actually the interaction you give for your student, the activities, and you can choose the right tools or technology. Actually, you can designing after you analyzing your student condition. Yeah, for example, if you just only wanted to ask your student to remember and understanding, you can ask your student just only to identify, and also the activities in the classroom. You can ask your student to create mind mapping or Google search or searching some of the concept related to your material, and the platform and the tools that you can be used here, for example, by using Google. And the next, in applying, analyze, evaluate until create or you achieve the higher of thinking skill. This is the action or the interaction that you can be used for your student. And then the activities, you can choose one of the activities here, and then choose one of the tools or the media or the technology. The ICT used in the school, why this is very important in our innovation, education innovation. ICT not only we can be used in the classroom, but this is covered in the outside the classroom. Why outside? Because today we can collaborate with the parent and the staff. We can ask them. We can tell the parents about the student progress. This is, for example, use ICT outside the class. And also this is interaction with teaching strategy by using ICT, information communication technology. You can use here that giving the student a direct interaction. This is you can use the method, for example, inquiry-based teaching. You can give a formative assessment by using, for example, formative assessment or assessment. You can use, for example, by using quizzes, and then your teaching strategy. You can choose based on related again based on your condition. You can use synchronous or asynchronous strategy. And this is teaching environment, classroom, and organization. Will be a student. We do hope they are more engagement with the time, attention, effort, and the attitude. So what about the policy about the use ICT in the classroom? Yeah, this is outside the classroom, and also about right now the ICT in the learning and teaching process. Most of based on the some of the study, the effective of by using social media in the classroom. Why this is social media very interesting with the student, because most of the student they are familiar with this social media, and then we can train them, facilitate them with the how to use and access the information by using their social media or by using internet. Well, this is the example of the social media used in the classroom. For example, by using Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, blog, and YouTube. YouTube, this is a very interesting, and then you can designing your material by using YouTube in the classroom, because this is cover namely student-centered learning approach, and then this is edutainment, education and entertainment. Sorry. I think I have badly connection. It is okay. So, well, the next we are going to discuss about education and entertainment together. Learning management system, ICT, by using ICT and also the social media in the classroom. Actually, this is covered namely the theory in the education, which is namely edutainment or entertainment education. This is very interesting and make the student fun and enjoyable and increase the student motivation. Edutainment, this is the combination between education and entertainment. This is the entertainment you can use, for example, television or a radio. But yeah, it will be effective when the student don't have internet or good internet connection. Some of the country, for example, in Indonesia, yeah, we use television or a radio in learning and teaching process during the pandemic. And edutainment right now, this is we cannot be in education expert. This is covered with multimedia software or internet site, music, film, video, and games or gamification. This is come back again with the theory. When you use games in your classroom, this is related to the gamification theory. And also the outcome, if you use the edutainment in your classroom, actually this is they will be more easy to transfer their knowledge, and also they have a good memorable or experience in the classroom. We do hope. And education entertaining concept, this is based on the learning theory or in learning and teaching concept. This is covered with the actually namely constructivism and connectivism. Yeah, in connectivism here we do really hope our teacher, the student can construction their knowledge. They can building their information, their concept with their with their self. I mean that here we are a teacher just giving them some of the resources, and also they can access so many information, and then they can be giving a summary and demonstration their knowledge in the classroom. Well, oh my God. This is the edutainment contribution that you can be see here. Some of the supporting. Yeah. For example, virtual reality, augmented reality. This is by using game or mixed reality. This is actually why we I'm strong belief that by using edutainment, this is will be achieved. This is will be facilitate the student to achieve namely the Bloom taxonomy or the higher of thinking skill. This is the concept. You can analyze your student condition before, and also you will be designing your material based on the edutainment. And for example of web quest here, if you want to use games in your learning and teaching process, actually the challenge this is how you are to finding the material, the right material, and then the right games. Actually, to connect it, the games and your material, this is a little bit difficult, and then you must be have more consideration again based on your learning outcome or your student learning outcome. What about in Indonesia? I want to share to you how to designing your material by using a film, one of the edutainment media here by using film. This is film. Why film? Because the data show us today most of Indonesian people they are access the social media by using YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Yeah, this is the highlight social media. So why we don't we not arrange our material, our classroom, our activities by using film or by using YouTube. This is the use of mobile application category in Indonesia. Actually, the highlight they are still, entertain and video. Entertain and video. This is the activities most of the student, most of the student, not the student, most of the people in Indonesia, they are like to watching online video. Based on this phenomenon, that's why we cannot be designing our material, our teaching material. We can designing our activities based on by using a social media, or we can construct a film in the classroom. This is most of by using YouTube. The highlight this is YouTube and film in Indonesia. So how to designing the material based on the film? Actually, this is based on the theory of education or learning theory. You can see here, I use, for example, constructivism theory, or one of the methods that you can be choose, namely here project-based learning method. This is the theory from GMT or John Dewey. And Gagne, this is Gagne 9 event instructional design. There are nine activities to achieve the student Bloom taxonomy, or to get the student the higher of thinking.
Your slide is not changing. Your slide
not
is
changing
not
again.
Yeah, not changing.
Wait. Maybe this is the problem of my connection. Sorry. Wait. I will share again. My connection not good. Sorry. Okay. What about now? Can you see?
No, madam.
No,
madam. No, not visible.
Not visible. Now?
Yes.
It is okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the lesson plan, the example of the lesson plan that you can be apply in your classroom. Yeah, hello.
You please press F5 then start.
Yeah. The example. Yeah. And also, this is the example of the material when you want, when you apply, when you use film in the classroom. You can see here, I break down sorry, I break down the interactional design based on the dynamic event interaction into a 5 phase here to achieve a namely the Bloom taxonomy. You can adapt this lesson plan in your classroom. For example, in warm up, you can ask your student to watching the film like this, because the material, the topic or the concept about robot, computer, and the technology, you can ask your student to watching the film, and then they are hoping to remember the film chronology. This is understanding and remember in the Bloom taxonomy. And then in the presenting, you can ask your student to brainstorming, and then they can be analyzing what is actually definition of robot, computer, and the technology concept. They will be summary all of them, all of the concept based on the film. And also in the practice, the student will, you can ask your student to discuss with their friends or their groups about the film concept. And in the next introduction, you can ask your students to create a simple movie or project. They will be demonstration their presentation, record themselves by using TikTok, for example, or video recording, and also they will be the concept or the video will be uploaded into the YouTube. And the last evaluation, you can ask your student to answer the question based on your material. This is the example. And the last, my closing statement today, there is no single approach that is effective to all. One should consider available technology, the effective integration of information communication technology in teaching and learning is not about the latest and the most advanced technology, but come back again with your student condition. If you, a teacher, and the student, your student, familiar only by using WhatsApp, Google Classroom, and then by using Facebook or YouTube, use them in your classroom. Maybe my condition, my university, my student condition different with your condition, but in fact, in my classroom, my student, they are familiar by using WhatsApp, Google Classroom, and by using YouTube or a film. And also, this is, we are not talking about more about the technology. Yeah, you know that technology, we use technology in our learning and teaching process to make our learning and teaching process to be more effective, efficient. And that's why the core here about you, how you are designing all of them based on your student condition. This is the example of my classroom by using film. They are watching the film, and then the student use here a smartphone in the classroom. Yeah, this is the concept of edutainment. They are, all of them, they are focused to learn, and they are discussion. This is discussion and sharing information after they are watching the film, watching the material during the COVID-19. This is my platform. And what about the student? If they don't have device, you can use the local media, for example, by using Sarong as a media in learning and teaching process during the COVID-19. And the next, by using game, this is the gamification that we are play in the outdoor, in the classroom during the COVID-19. Nothing can stop education, whatever your condition, you can teach anytime and anywhere. Thank you for having me and listening to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm sorry, my bad connection.
Thank you, Dr. Mutmina, for excellent presentation. With permission of Dr. Karuna Markam, I would like to make a comment. You have given a very excellent idea of teaching and entertainment together. It's a really wonderful idea, and probably it will help the teaching community a lot. over to Dr. Karma Markam. Please continue. Dr. Karma.
Hello. हाँ sir. हाँ जी sir. Hello.
Yeah. Dr. Ahmed is here, so please allow him to continue because he lost the connection and could not continue his
Okay.
presentation. So please
Okay.
call Dr. Ahmed. Okay, please.
Dr. Ahmed, are you there, Dr. Ahmed?
Yes.
Yes,
I
yes.
am
You
there.
please
I'm listening.
continue. You please continue your presentation.
Actually, I have little bit internet connection issues. You please let me after the next speaker to repair that with the ISP provider. Unfortunately, I'm present all my previous conference seminars without any fail in internet connection. But unfortunately, for this time, we have a lot of issue in my area do the weather change it. So you please after next speaker, I will present my work to after repairing the connection with the
Okay.
ISP.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm still in the conference, and thank you.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank.
Hello.
Yeah, please come to the next speaker, please.
हाँ. Hello, Mr. Mentor Kovaci. Mentor Kovaci from Albania. Are you there? Mentor Kovaci. Mentor Kovaci is not there.
Dr. Kharhan. Dr. Kharhan, is he here? No, he is also not here.
Edigan. Next is Edigan, sir.
Dr. Edigan, you are here from Nigeria? No, he is also not here. Dr. Farha Deba from Germany. She is also not here. And probably Dr. Vincent Olema, whose schedule is tomorrow, he is here. Dr. Vincent Olema, can you give your deliberation today?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My program is tomorrow. So I will just follow in today's presentations. Yeah, mine is tomorrow, sir.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So, who else is present for today's presentation?
Sir, Mr. S. Ravindranath from Maldives. I think he is also not there.
No, he messaged me that he shall join at 3 p.m. only.
Okay.
And
Mohammad Galal from Qatar.
Mohammad Galal from Qatar. He is not able to come because of COVID-19 issue.
Okay.
And Dr. Akram from Pakistan.
Sir, he is also not there, I think.
She is also not there.
Acha, she is also.
Can
Dr.
we
Akram.
start the paper presentation today's session? Let me have the list of papers which are scheduled today.
Okay, sir.
Let me see the paper presentation schedule today's. I am calling them one by one. Jitendra Kumar Mishra, Mr. Jitendra Kumar Mishra is here. Priya Pandey and Lakshmi Kumare. Dr. Lakshmi Kumare.
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay. Dr. Vimlesh. Dr. Vimlesh is there. Dr. Vimlesh.
No, she may not be here. We can start the paper.
Okay, sir. She is the session. Okay, sir.
Anyway, you can continue. Dr. Priya Pandey, you please, can you make presentation right now?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir,
yeah, please share your presentation.
Okay. Sir, can I take 5 minutes?
Sure. In the meantime, the other person whose paper is scheduled today, they can keep ready because the few experts are expected to join on the same time, and there are a lot of internet issues there at different places. So Priya Pandey and other persons, let me check who are on the
Sir,
list.
next is Sahil. Sahil Wink.
Sahil.
Sahil, are you there? Sahil? Jappreet Kaur.
Jappreet Kaur. No, they will join on time. Let Priya to start, then Mohammed will start. Dr. Ahmed will start. In the meantime, the other person
Okay.
will join. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So
Okay. Okay.
let us wait for a few seconds for Dr. Priya to start the presentation.
Okay, sir.
Okay. In the meantime, those who are from different countries, they can briefly tell about the practices followed in their country for teaching learning. I am able to see Insa Abu Mahada. She is, I do not know from which country. Can you speak, madam, something? Anyway, Priya is going to start. Priya Pandey.
Hello?
Yes,
Priya.
please start. Yes,
Ha,
please.
ha,
Yes, sir,
Priya.
I'm starting.
Yes, please.
Mm. Uh, Excuse me, sir, it's taking time for me to connect to my presentation.
Ha, ha. But it is visible. Huh? You will take time.
Okay. Is it visible, ma'am?
No, right now it's not. Yeah, now it is visible.
Okay.
Ha, now it's visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Priya Pandey from Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal, India. And I am presenting my topic. I am presenting this presentation, and the topic is a survey on iOS, its aspect, and packaging. These are the outlines which I'll be going through during my presentation. And now talking about the introduction of my topic. As we know, in the physical design stage, floor planning is a very crucial step, and under floor planning comes the IO pattern generation. And as we know that input-output buffers provide essential part of are essential part of the integrated circuit, as even if the core of the design chip is
Priya
perfect.
Pandey, Priya Pandey, madam,
Yes, sir.
please start slideshow. Then otherwise slide will not change.
Sir, I'm okay, sir.
F5 you
Is
press.
my slides change?
F5,
Sir,
F5.
is my
Yeah,
slide?
yeah.
F5 you please
Okay.
press.
So as we know that even if
Press
our core is
F5.
Press
Priya,
F5. Priya, please press F5.
press F5.
okay,
Full screen में.
ma'am, it isn't full screen.
Okay, but
Press F5. Priya,
5, yes.
F5.
Yes, sir, I have pressed it. Is my slides not visible?
Anyway, you please continue.
Is my slides visible, ma'am?
yeah, yeah, it's visible. Now start.
I think this. I think it is
Okay.
okay for me. I can
Okay,
see.
okay. Okay, okay, sir.
Yes,
Start.
sir. Okay, so as we know that even if the core of the design is perfectly fine, but if it can not communicate with the outside world, it is of no use. Hence, the I/O buffers plays an essential part of the integrated circuit, as they act as an interface between the IC core and the off-chip components, and also provide protection for the chip from the external worlds. And IO buffers perform various functions like level shifting, noise reduction, providing higher driving and control the slew rate and provide ESD protection to the IC. Hence, we can say that IO planning is a crucial and essential part of an asset design. So that's why I have chosen this topic. Apart from this, there are several constraints which we need to follow while constructing a pad ring. These constraints are simultaneous switching noise and electrostatic discharge. This I will be explaining in my further slides. And as I also want to say that the packaging technology specification and power budget specification are of placing the pads around the core area plays an essential part in the proper construction of the IO ring. Now let's move on to the next slide, in this slides I'll be explaining various aspects of IOs. The first, I'll be explaining the type of IOs. Depending upon the functionality, there are three types of IO buffers. First is input, second output, and third is input and output. Depending on its name, input receive the signal from the external world and transmit it to the core, while output sends the signal from the core to the external world. And input output is a bidirectional cell which has a configuration pin that can be configured either to function IO as a receiver or transmitter. Now I'll discuss the types of IO pads. There are three types of IO pads: general purpose IO pads, signal power pads, and special purpose. General purpose IO pads is a bidirectional IO structure that can be configured to work either as input or an output buffer. It provides various functions like circuit or voltage drive capability, level shifting, and provide ESD protection. Where power pads provide the proper power supply to the core and the IOs. This can be of multiple domains. And the special purpose are generally the cells which are primarily analog and have special requirements. These can be crystal oscillator or external memory like DDR. Now I'll explain the IO frames. Depending on the layout of the IOs around the core, it is divided into two categories: core limited device and pad limited device. The size of the chip, as we can see in the photo, in the images, the size of the chip is determined by the dimension of the chip in the core limited device. The core is usually large. The IO ring increases the final size of the chip. Hence, the IO height must be shrink, which makes IO wider. And there is a proper gap between the adjacent pads. Whereas in the pad limited devices, the IOs determine the total size of the chip. The IOs contain the maximum number of pads, so it has to reduce the width, causing the increment in the height. Whereas the adjacent pads have a proper but less pad ring pitch between them. Now I'll talk about the pad configuration. The bond pad provides the connectivity from IO pads to the packaging. Depending on the various bond styles, there are three types: non-cup wire bonding, cup wire bonding, and flip chip bonding, where cup stands for circuit under pad. In the non-cup wire bonding, it is either linear or inline or staggered type. In linear, the pads are positioned side by side, having a small gap between them, whereas in the staggered configuration, a great number of pads can be placed in the design, which increases the overall height, but large number of pads can be accommodated in the design. While in the cup wire bonding, bonding pad is placed on top of the IO cell, which is connected through the pad pin. Since the bonding pad do not utilize separate space from the IO cell, it reduces the overall die size. Whereas in the flip chip bonding, the IO driver cells and bumps are placed within the chip core or its periphery. The IO signal, power, and ground pad signals are connected to the shoulder bumps located on the die through a metal layer called RDL. This I'll be explaining in my further slides more. And now comes the pad class. The pads are categorized in classes based on pads and pitch dimensions. The pad class fixes the rule which must be respected during the design phase. In case of if we are using a combination of two classes in our design, then it has to be consider that each side of the die must follow only one class. Now I'll move to the next slide, which is IO placement constraints. While generating the IO ring, the ring must be arranged so that it meets two basic rules, ESD and SSN rules, and it meets the placement rules for bond and pad placement, where ESD is the electrostatic discharge, and it is an event which causes a generation of very high voltage when two bodies, charged bodies, uh, having potential difference between them come in contact. And due to this very high voltage generation, a discharge current of impulse nature is also then generated, which causes a voltage drop and power dissipation, which finally cause the IC failure by destroying the gate oxide or drain or source junctions. So there are several models. Basically, there are three ESD models which emulate an ESD event in a controlled manner, and the results of such models are used in our design for providing the proper ESD protection. An ESD protection structure is placed in parallel with the circuits. During any ESD event, this circuit provides a low resistance path and hence shunts the current caused due to ESD event to the ground and hence protect the IC. But apart from the ESD, we have to take into consideration SSN, that is simultaneous switching noise, while placing the IOs, where simultaneous switching of multiple IO drivers induce a drop in the power dissipation within the chip and package, where whenever multiple IO pins switches from 1 to 0, a rush of current flows from the load capacitor through the ground pin of the device to the ground pin of the board or system. Uh, and this voltage, as voltage equals to L di by dt, so the L caused due to resultant inductance of the wire bond which is used for package connection, and the pin of the package caused the high inductance. This all results in high voltage, high noise generation due to simultaneous switching. This can be reduced by providing a proper low inductance package lead and reducing the current loop, uh, and and providing the current loop. Now I'll move on to the chip packaging, where chip packaging is a technology used for packaging the chip to the package or die to the package, and the placement of IO pads or bumps depend upon the packaging technology employed in our design. Based on the type of interconnection used, there are two implementation techniques, namely wire bond and flip chip techniques. In the wire bond technology, the electrical connection between the chip and package are done using the bonding wire, which are generally of the material like aluminum, gold, and copper. In wire bonding, pads are placed on the periphery of the die core area. The interconnection at both the ends, that is die and package end, is done with the help of a downward pressure achieved from heat and energy to create a weld. There are two most common processes involved in the wire bond technology. These are ball bonding and wedge bonding. In the ball bonding, is achieved through thermosonic bonding. This involves melting the end of the bonding wire to form a ball, which is called a free air ball, in the chip bond pad, and it is stretched down to the lead pin of the package and form a wedge bond called the second bond in the package bond pad area. Whereas in the wedge bonding, the ultrasonic energy and pressure are used to form a wedge bond between the both ends, that is die end and the package end, as you can see from the images. Apart from the wire bonding, there is another flip chip bonding technology, where the interconnection between the IC chip and package is done with the solder bumps that has been deposited on the chip pads. The chips are bumped and then flipped to align with the matching pads on the substrate, hence the name flip chip. The redistribution layer is act as an interface between the chip and the package for flip chip assembly. And RDL is an extra metal layer on top of the die, which makes the IO pads of the die available for bonding from the outside world. In flip chip design, there are basically two types of IO structures present, which represent the IO placement, and these are area IOs and peripheral IOs. In the area IOs, the IO pads can be placed all over the chip die, uh, on top of the chip die, while in the peripheral, the IO pads are placed on the periphery of the die. And there are two types of pad assignment in flip chip, namely free assignment routing and pre-assignment routing. In the free assignment routing, the IO pads can be assigned to random solder bumps, as you can see from the image also. And in the pre-assignment routing, the IO pad has to be assigned to the specific solder bump. Uh, so these are the two methods used for chip packaging. And now I would like to conclude things that the placement of IOs around on the chip depends upon the packaging technology employed in the design, which can be flip chip or wire bonding. The package layout and floor planning are adjusted to improve the signal integrity issue and area. Signal integrity issue, like the IOs are placed, should be placed in such a way that the ESD and SSN should not occur. For ESD protection, there are several. Nowadays, the technology has evolved. Now the IO cells are prepared in such a way that they itself has the ESD protection. So there is no need to externally provide the circuit for ESD protection in particular or individual IO cells. Uh, and for as I have discussed earlier, that linear type of pad configuration is used for core limited design, and a staggered type of stagger type is used for pad limited design, where staggering is basically uh, the IO cells are arranged in the way in the height wise. The staggering can be of two types: double row or triple row. While placing an IOs in the staggering format, we have to keep in mind that the adjacent IO cells should not have similar opening. Otherwise, it will cause a simultaneous switching noise. Hence, the adjacent cells are placed in such a way that they have different opening of bonding pads. Whereas in the linear type of pad configuration, the pads are placed side by side, having a certain distance between them. Hence, no simultaneous switching noise doesn't occur in that case. And in the copper wire bonding, generally gold has been used traditionally from a very long time, but copper is gradually replacing the gold wire as an interconnection material in wire bonding because of its low cost, better thermal and electrical performances, and reliability. Uh, Even though it has advantages over gold, but as copper is harder than gold, it's sometimes it suffer minor failures because it needs high power to be applied to form a bonding. So that care has to be taken while using copper wire also. And while packaging the wire bond, it because of the bonding wire inductance and the lead inductance of the package and the die, the resultant inductance produces very high, which cause the noise in the wire bonding. This is eliminated in the flip chip, as flip chip directly connects the substrate and the die. There is less interconnection length used, and because of lesser interconnection length, the overall inductance is very less. Hence, the noise is reduced in wire flip chip. So finally, I can say that flip chip reduces the electrical signal length, so the intricate circuit can be much smaller, denser, and have better electrical performance. Hence, the flip chip package technology has becoming more and more popular these days. Um, uh, uh, if we compare between the two packaging technologies, wire bond has flexibility, high flexibility compared to flip chip, and it can be reworked. Like if we have detected any failure in any of the bond wire, we can replace it. While in the flip chip, due to the less interconnection length, it has high speed, and because it facilitates multiple balls can be accommodated on top of the chip, hence it results in higher density and smaller size. And if we talk about the area IOs, then we can say that it is cost effective also. So depending on the need of the design, we can use either of the packaging technologies. So these are the references I used in my presentation. Thank you. This is all from my side.
Okay, Priya, thank you. Any questions from audience?
Okay, ma'am.
Any questions? No questions. Okay. Ahmed, Mr. Ahmed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you,
yes.
everyone.
Thank you, Priya. Mr. Ahmed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your presentation. You want to share your presentation?
Yeah, I have been this time everything going fine. Just
Okay.
1 minute.
So you
Yeah.
can continue.
Yes, just 1 minute.
Yeah.
Now my presentation visible to all of you.
Yeah. It is perfectly visible.
Okay.
Yes, it's good.
Sorry for inconvenient in internet connections. I think I stopped in this slide. Can you confirm me in this slide or in the previous slide?
Yes, you will start from this slide.
So let us go back for the log files. Suppose each and every user want to searching about some content in the internet connection in this part. He's sitting behind desktop or laptop and typing some content. Then the web search engine send that request to the web server. Actually, the web server either storing the contents in the local database or remote database. So it will request that content and send back again to the users and find that information. So what are the important parameters that exist in this scenario? Actually, the important parameters are the user IP address, the timestamp, request, status code, and all other parameters. But the most important and the critical portion of information that exists in these kinds of files is the IP address itself, and also the agent information. Why? Because if someone knows that information, he simply can hack it my system and knows each and everything coming from my side. So for that reason, there is different kinds of log files depend on the position and the use of that log files. Log files is simply someone record each and everything you are doing in your session when you are sitting behind your systems. So for these kinds, each one have and log different, maybe it's looking different information than other, but each one having that used. So maybe we are using this one for monitoring only users, but using this kinds of log files to monitor from where he's coming and where he's going to visit the website or the another URLs. So what kinds of information we can extract from these files? Actually, we are sitting behind our systems. We are maybe browsing so many contents, me, you, and all other people around the world. But someone is tracking my events and activities and building a profile in his systems. I think all of you they heard about the story of Facebook and WhatsApp and what is the like compliance of privacy that issues from Facebook, because they are record each and every content, and they know each and everything about us, from where they are like got this information from, each and every piece of information transact or transfer from our systems and from our smart devices. So simply the access log files, we can knows that user profiles and also the frequent patterns that already produced from my site. Suppose maybe I am browsing so many sports, maybe items, so they can know I am interested in the sport, and they will send me all the advertise, all the announce, all the new products about the sport. This is depends on the behavior situation. So another log files also, each one we can knows that maybe our users using this browser, and maybe my system do not compatible with this browser, so I need to develop a new techniques to produce or to develop my websites depend on the browsers, and many other information related to server and the users source from where they are reach to my website. I can know exactly if they are typing some text to find my website, or they are visiting some other websites linkage to my website or my contents. Suppose maybe some others would like to knows how the participants seen their products, seen the projects, and somewhere if they have access to their if they have access to the web server, they can show their maybe from where they are coming, but actually accessing to this information maybe it's critical to each of them. Maybe only the allowed people, they can access to this information, and they can know these kinds of referral log portions. So we are going to the analysis tools. There is some companies produce some tools to analyze the log files and show us some statistics in the websites. For example, we can know that some statistics related to each content in that website, that this website actually exists in the web server itself. So we can know maybe this URL has been visited much than other URL. Maybe there is some interest information here, and we can develop our techniques depend on the bandwidth. Maybe my bandwidth is limited to some content, so from these tools, actually some web server companies already plugins these tools as a free of charge for statistic or maybe for knowledge discovering from the web admins. So here another statistics, we can know that the bandwidth has been reached to 9 or 10 megabytes per time. So maybe we need to expand this bandwidth to increase our efficiency. Some of you may be visiting one website, for example, by 10 a.m. on Saturday. Okay, everything fine in that website and everything well, and he will happy to find some information there. But if he come back to that website, maybe after some time, for example, in 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., so he cannot reach to that website, and some errors happen in the in the browsing content. This is because of the bandwidth limitation on the configuration of that web servers. So we have reached to some limitations. Actually, in these log files, our research work should be started from these points. Why? Because the log file did not indicate what kind of information the user wants. There is no happiness in that files. We have to analyze each and every portion in these files. Then we extract the knowledge from this website, and we know what that information the user would like to want and searching about. Also, that information do not indicate what user expect to find. We have to go for long times and analyze the behavior of that user. Then we will know everything about that user, and we're storing that contents in our database. So from this points also we don't know if the user has been find the information in easy or difficult way, but we have to check the spend time. Maybe one user browsing some pages just for looking some information there. I don't know what is the mind and what is the behavior behind that user. Maybe he's not searching about this information. Maybe he's searching about another kinds of information. So I have to recognize which page he has spent a lot, maybe a lot of time than other pages. The techniques used in this for analyzing the web usage and the web like behavior, the behavior of web users, they actually called it the web mining, and we have to looking for this usage contents and discovering some knowledge from this part. So we have to go for data mining techniques and text analysis techniques to extract each and every knowledge from the log files, because simply it's looking at stream text. We have to partition the text into useful and significant segments. Here we are doing some segmentation on that log files and analyzing some results, so we can find that the user one is interest to AR website or AR web page, and he's using Mozilla web browsers. And if we are looking to all these statistics, we can find that the most usage browser is Mozilla than others web browsers. And also another things, we can know that the most visited websites or web servers websites or web URLs from the statistics and their IP address. This is critical information, and this IP address is not real because simply it's used by hackers if we are publish these kinds of information and research work. So we simply changing it to another IP address that not exist in our life. So also I can know from another statistical analysis seen that some users interest in some websites and some others interest in other websites, and this is the useful of web profiling. Also we can indicate that the user one and user two are similar together because they are interested in the AR journal and conf, for example, websites. But user two is similar to user three in this website. Maybe they have different kinds of so if I am a company manager, I can recommend that the business and communic, for example, our communication, for example, news or in products to user two and user three, because they are browsing these websites than others like users. So we have applied, maybe we can apply some threshold and weighting the statistics informations to indicate which user is fully connected to which website we are consider in our data set. So we can recognize the users that have most important looking to the AR than others websites. For example, user one, we can indicate that he's interested in these websites and also education website, but he's not interested to another websites. Or actually this we can consider this as a portion of information, research papers, products, maybe items in some company, because the analysis is looking like that. So all the companies looking to their user behaviors as statistics and analysis, then their behaviors according to this manner. So after we are applying some grouping techniques like clustering or some classification, so we can know that for example the pink color users, they are interested in some for example contents. Actually these kinds of studies applied in some monitoring and surveillance studies, for example, for monitoring the terrorist contents and for ungood contents, and who's the visiting that contents, who's replies. So because all of you, this is the kinds of agent or surveillance work. So we can know that those users may be interested in some terrorist, for example, events. So we can discover them and reach to them according to their IP address and restrict their, for example, events. So also this kinds of study shows to me that if my server working good or not according to the number of errors that appeared in the log files, because maybe my server is not fulfill the requirements of users. Maybe I have 10,000 visits per hour. Maybe I have to looking for another kinds of configurations or another kinds of servers and service providers than maybe last year. So the research work limitations actually in this presentation, all of you, they know there is some limitation in research work. Why? Simply, we are in 2021 and the complexity of data set, for example, 100 terabytes. But how about the next 2-3 years? Shall I eliminate or withdraw all the contents of maybe for 1990? No, I have to keep each and every content in my database. And if someone searching about this content, I have to show him that information also. But I have to go for a smart manner and ranking these contents in the efficient way. How it's doing, for example, maybe some papers related to the IoT, maybe some algorithms. These algorithms considered at the top one in the 2018, for example. But in the 2020, there is a new research work comes in this field, and it's shown that the result better than 2018 results. So I have to show the 2020 results as the first result than others. Why? Because the importance of this information. But if I am searching in this database, for example, in 2018, I have only, for example, thousands PDF, for example, just to estimate the complexity. I have to search among these files. But in 2020, I have 10,000s. In 2025, maybe I have billion of files to search and working on it and evaluate, then retrieve the result to the users. So do you expect how the complexity is coming in the crowd each and every day? So we have to develop our algorithms and techniques, because our current techniques working on this level of complexity. But how about the next 5 years? The complexity of users crowd, the number of contents and the number of files that exist in our database has been growth also. The complexity of data set over the internet also become very massive and huge content. Also, there is some restriction in the research work related to the IP address and the agents, because this information can be used by the hackers to hacking the other partners or other users by knowing this information. So most of the data set actually hidden that IP address and changing it to the a real IP address for research work. But only the web admins and web server masters people, they know this portion of information, and they have to take care when they are given this information for research work. Another challenge is the research, in this research work, also the web analysis tools also do not provide very good information, because it's only shown to me the statistics, and the statistics given only certain kinds of knowledge, but do not give any indicators about my user behavior. I have to go for, I think all of you visiting some Elsevier, Springer, maybe some like Amazon, Netflix
websites and they are browsing there some contents, they have seen at the final page, or maybe when they are finished their session with them, there is some feedback reached from these websites asking about their behavior, what you are expect is our result may be good for you, or maybe you are looking for another. Why they are doing like that? Simply to develop their techniques, because their works depends on modification of their websites to serve as much as possible like interest peoples and huge peoples to get a profit and all these things. So actually these kinds of research work, we have to go for and looking for each and every side, from the log file that exists in the user side till the log files that exist in the web server, because also the web browsers, there is some fighting among the companies to develop their web servers, web like browsers and search engines to retrieve the results as much as possible, accurate and also good for users. Thank you for listening. I have to provide some good information about this presentation. And thank you again for organizers to inviting us to give this presentation again after misconnection with participants. And all the best for you in the future event. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Ahmed sir. Hello. Thank
Hello.
you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your nice presentation. Sir, now I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Mentor Kovaci from Albania. Are you there? Korhan Cengiz from Turkey. Are you there? Erdogan J. Kayode from Nigeria. Okay. Single sir, can we continue with our paper presentation?
Karuna?
Ji sir.
See, number of people have not joined, so there is a little bit disturbance in the schedule. So those who wants to make the presentation, if their schedule is tomorrow or today evening, please allow them to make the presentation. Please ask them to make the presentation.
Please mute yourself. Ahmed sir, please mute yourself. Any keynote speaker?
Any paper presenter? Dr. Karuna, any paper presenter or any keynote speaker is here, please allow them. Please call.
Okay, okay. Any keynote speaker is here who want to present today? Okay, and
Dr. Akram, let me call. Dr. Akram is here? No, she is not here. And Dr. Farah Dibba from Germany?
No, sir.
No, she is also not here. Dr. Edigon from Nigeria?
नहीं
And
sir.
morning session, Dr. Amal Mausa. She
No
is
sir.
also not. No, she is also not here. Anyway, I am calling the name. Dr. Jitendra Kumar Mishra, Dr. Pritesh Tiwari, and Dr. Yashwant Kurmi. You are here. Dr. Sahil Virk. Dr. Sahil Virk. Dr. Sahil Virk is not here. Jaspreet Kaur. Dr. Justin. Lecture is tomorrow. Can you make presentation today? Dr. Justin. Dr. Justin from Philippines.
Hello, good afternoon. I
Good.
think I cannot make the presentation today. Can I
Today,
have that
okay.
tomorrow?
Tomorrow we shall continue because there is a lot of requests from rescheduling. Dr. Yashwant Kurmi. Dr. Yashwant Kurmi, you are here. Dr. Yashwant Kurmi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I am here. From my side, presenter is Jiten Kumar Mishra. So I am requesting to him to present the paper. Yeah, so
Yeah,
2 minutes. I will.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Jiten Kumar Mishra is coming here. The other speaker, Dr. Jaspreet Kaur. Dr. Jaspreet Kaur, you are here. Dr. K.R. Harpriya, you are here. Can you make presentation today? Dr. K.R. Harpriya, you are not here. Dr. Asha Chauhan, she is also not here. Anyway, Dr. Jiten Kumar Mishra is going to make the presentation. Just wait for a few seconds, so he will be here. Dr. Muskan Kapahi.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Muskan, you are here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
So can you make presentation today, right now?
Sure, sir, I can. And sir, actually, I'm a student of BTech. I'm not a doctor yet.
Yashwant Kurmi, please start your presentation. Muskan, you will continue after Yashwant.
Okay, ma'am.
Dr.
Okay,
Karma,
ma'am.
Hello, हाँ sir. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Kurmi sir, are you able to make presentation or shall we call Muskan? Muskan, you please make your presentation.
Okay, sir. I will start.
Okay, please start. Dr. Karna, Muskan is starting.
Okay, sir.
Hello, Dr. Singal. Can I have my presentation?
Yes, sir. We are presenting the paper. Yes, ma'am.
After the presentation of.
Should I stop or should I wait?
Yeah, I think.
No. I think let Muskan complete her presentation. Then we shall, Dr. Justin, we shall take you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Muskan, please continue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So,
yes, it is visible.
Okay, so let's get started. Good afternoon, everybody. My paper title is Online Education, Innovation in Learning and Teaching. This paper has been written by me, Muskan Kapahi, and my professor, Mr. S.K. Kundu. I am currently pursuing Electronics and Communication Engineering from Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Technology. This is how my presentation will go about. So, abstract. During the COVID 19 pandemic, social education has shifted from face to online in order to avoid large gatherings and crowds for blocking the transmission of the virus. To analyze the impact of the virus on user experience and deeply retrieve users' requirements, this paper constructs a reasonable evaluation, obtaining user reviews and about their education platforms. At the same time, the variation coefficient varies, and finally, we find out the change of users' concerns regarding the online education platform in terms of access, speed, reliability, timely transmission technology of video information, course management, communication and interaction, and learning and technical support. This paper explores the supporting abilities and response levels of online education platforms during COVID 19 and puts forward corresponding measures to improve how these platforms function. The current pandemic prompts the reform of existing teaching modes in ways that make online education suddenly transit from an auxiliary method to the key way. This change brings obvious difficulties and challenges to the online education platforms, including the change of users' concerns regarding online education, new requirements for online education, the satisfaction of these requirements, and the live broadcast. These platforms provide strong support and help for education during the pandemic period and brings users a new experience, but also a lot of controversy. In order to better understand the disputes from the source, it is necessary to analyze the change of users' concerns on these platforms before and after the pandemic. On one hand, this paper aims to see the emergency response level of online education in response to the public health emergencies, as well as to explore the development level of online education and the technical support capacity of these platforms. On the other hand, in view of the current disputes regarding online education, this paper explores the source of disputes from the perspective of user experience and understands the defects of online education platforms so as to help online education achieve longer term development. Therefore, we hope that some of the research in this paper can help the world know the impact of the pandemic on education and make the following research have a clearer understanding of the current level and disadvantages of online education. This paper focuses on the impact of the pandemic on the user experience. And due to the severity and urgency of the COVID 19 outbreak in late 2019, school suspension is one of the most common ways of pandemic prevention and control. However, the suspension of classes affects the progress of courses, but the resumption of classes may cause a second spread of the pandemic in schools. Especially in the severe pandemic period, the best way to solve the contradiction between the two is to shift classroom teaching activities from in person to online, which can effectively control the crowd gathering. Therefore, the online education mode under COVID 19 will become an important way to prevent and control the pandemic and ensure the teaching progress. Unlike online platforms in other industries, the evaluation of online teaching platforms is not only reflected in technology, but also needs to be measured in terms of quality of online sources, teaching levels, and so on. At present, the traditional educational evaluation system indicators are mainly based on expert scores and industry developed standards. The research gaps. The technological advancements in the field of information technology have made internet accessible to even the most remote and rural areas. These advancements have led to the possibility of smooth conduct of online education. However, one of the main challenges faced by the users of this mode of conduct is a sense of disconnectedness. The students feel astray and lack a feeling of belongingness to the class, their peers and or the teachers. The isolation and quarantine can often lead to disturbed mental health and depression. The loss of human touch and live interaction leads to a risk of lack of interest. As far as teachers and members of the faculty are concerned, online platforms might be an entirely new concept to them. They might not be aware of the working of it and would not know how to interact effectively. This newness in practically unknown sense can lead to impaired processing of online environments and ineffective levels of engagement from the sides of the students. A positive environment which is supportive of the students' interests and develops a sense of connectedness among the fellow members of the class is very crucial to the campus life. All these factors which facilitate the smooth running of life on the university and schools might be completely absent from the virtual environment. The proposed methodology which we have presented in this paper is community learning. Community learning can be facilitated and implemented successfully in online settings along with the development of strong interpersonal relationships among students and teachers alike. When a community of learning is set up, it ensures that all its members engage and respond effectively. Whether it be a virtual community-based learning or a face-to-face interaction, community instills a sense of togetherness and connectedness. The tasks which are to perform motivate the members of the community to work and put in efforts to yield positive results and outcomes. The practice which is carried out on a community level ensures the success of the conduct of online experience. The members of these communities are students, avid learners, and teachers or members of the faculty which work together for a semester or a quarter to carry out an effective and engaging experience online education. The community members are not affected by the setting in which they operate. They all have a common goal and they work in coalesce to achieve that goal. This goal can be anything from a research expedition to the in-depth knowledge of a subject which is part of the curriculum. Results and discussions. Online education. Through this research, we hope to make up for the few literature on the differences of online education platforms in case of emergencies so as to improve the education level from one perspective. This paper collected online user experience data of the online education platforms before and after of the outbreak. On one hand, the relevant characteristics analysis of online user reviews before and after the COVID break is carried out. Emotional tendencies of user reviews in the two stages are compared. The method of text similarity statistics are used to retrieve the hot issues in the user reviews. Thank you so much. These are the references. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Muskan. And from the participant side, anyone?
Dr. Pooja, it was a very nice presentation and very relevant to the topic. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Muskan. And anyone have any query? Okay. Now, Dr. Justin Neath from Philippines.
Hello,
Sir,
good
are you
afternoon.
there?
Hello, good afternoon. Am I going to present the keynote speech or the paper?
Okay, sir.
I'm going to present deliver the keynote speech. Supposedly, I'm going to present tomorrow.
Okay. Sir Jitendra, please mute yourself. Sir Jitendra, please mute yourself. Thank you. Yes, Justin, sir. Please present your presentation.
I am going to deliver today the keynote speech.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, please share your presentation. I think he left. Yashwant Kumar. Mr. Yashwant Kumar, are you ready to present your paper?
Yes, ma'am. From my paper, Jitin will present the paper.
Okay. Okay, present. Wait, Yashwanti, please wait. Okay. Okay, Justin sir, please start.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Supposedly, I'm going to deliver my keynote speech tomorrow. So before I start, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizing committee of this conference for inviting me to share our experiences in the academy here in the Philippines during this coronavirus pandemic, and how the academic institutions respond to continue the flow of quality education here in the Philippines, and to share also some of the experiences of the students, especially in the rural part of the country. So I am Justin Kenneth Reseñe from Eastern Visayas State University, Tanawan Campus, Philippines. So undeniably, everyone is affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, but the impacts are greater felt in communities where privilege does not extend. Here in the Philippines, Filipinos are badly hit by the ripple effects of the COVID-19 that affected every aspect of our lives, from our jobs, health, well-being, and yes, our education. So the early ending of the school year is a clear sign of how the current school system can be affected by a global pandemic. So with the threat of COVID-19 still on the rise, with no clear sign of how it will end, the Commission on Higher Education and the Department of Education in the Philippines saw itself faced with a crucial and giant task to maintain the flow of education in the Philippines while protecting its stakeholders' health in the process. So the commission, I will be presenting to you how the Commission on Higher Education respond to continue the flow of education amid COVID-19. Through the first advisory was released on February 12, 2020, which centered on massive information campaign, prevention and control, screening before going inside the institution, athletic and other concerns, travel, and creation of in-house information resource unit or office. After a month, the first advisory was released. The CHED advisory number 2 was issued on March 11, 2020. So the second advisory was centered on the creation of individual higher education institutions emergency plan, the suspension of classes in all levels in Metro Manila, the assistance of students, teachers, staff, and HEI's administrators who are abroad, and giving guidance for HEIs with identified cases of COVID-19 in their respective community. The CHED advisory number 3 was issued in the same date, that was on March 11, 2020. So the third advisory was in support of the resolution issued by the Philippines Interagency Task Force on the management of emerging and infectious diseases. So the commission invoked the exercise of academic freedom and the contextualized realities of individual HEIs all over the country to conscientiously decided to exercise flexibility in adjusting the individual's HEI's approved academic calendar. Then the commission also encouraged universities to exercise discretion in the field deployment of students currently undergoing the National Service Training Program and offer alternative school-based service activities. And the commission also encouraged universities to facilitate alternative activities for practicum or on-the-job training students to complete their required training hours. Then, the use of available distance learning, e-learning, and other alternative learning strategies in exchange of residential learning depending on available resources. Then the commission also encouraged to evaluate students based on available indicators and waive other curricular activities for the remainder of the semester. Then postpone graduation ceremonies as needed, and to implement extraordinary and swift measures to address the needs of students, faculty members, and other employees arising from issues related to COVID-19. So in light of the sharp increase of COVID-19 cases and the apparent risk of rapid local transmission, prompting the Philippine government to raise the code alert system to code red sub-level 2. So the Commission on Higher Education Advisory Number 4 was released on March 14, 2020. The fourth advisory was issued in conjunction of the advisories number 1, 2, and 3 that were previously mentioned. Some important provisions in the advisory highlight on the class suspension in Metro Manila, and HEIs in the provinces across the country have already started suspending face-to-face classes and moved to online classes. Then HEI should follow the directives of the Department of Health and the Department of Interior and local government imposed under the general and enhanced community quarantine in their respective jurisdictions. Then the commission required the universities to cancel or move their graduation ceremonies to avoid mass gatherings. Just 3 days after the issuance of the fourth CHED advisory, another advisory was issued on March 17, 2020 in support to the decisions of the Philippines IATF. And the community quarantine imposed over Metro Manila was expanded to cover the entire islands of the Philippines until April 13, 2020. So this enhanced community quarantine or ECQ entailed wider and stricter implementation of home quarantine, suspension of transport services, regulation of provision of food and essential health services, and heightened presence of uniformed personnel to ensure enforcement of quarantine procedures. So it also imposed strict travel restrictions to and from Luzon in terms of education. Classes and school activities in all levels were suspended, and HEIs were instructed to immediately advise its students, faculty, and staff to arrange for instant departure to their hometowns. HEI employees were directed to have a work from home arrangement except those who are essential members of the skeleton workforce. These employees process salaries, render janitorial services, and ensure security in school campuses. Almost a month passed and another advisory was issued on April 13, 2020. It was modification and reduction of class requirements were also allowed by the Commission in order to lessen the school responsibilities of both students and teachers and allow completion of all requirements in the limited extended duration of the semester. We have here how the basic education sector respond to COVID-19 for the Department of Education. So prior to the reopening of classes in the basic education, DepEd or the Department of Education conducted a survey on the capability of households to adopt learning strategies that will utilize in lieu of traditional face-to-face classes. The survey is a part of a month-long enrollment process that DepEd is implementing ahead of school opening. Those who intend to enroll their children will be asked to answer the survey form, which includes questions on the availability of devices and access to internet. Parents may also indicate a preferred modality of learning for their children, such as online, television, radio, or printed modules. The survey allowed parents to explain the challenges that may affect their child's learning process through distance education, such as the lack of available gadgets, unstable internet connection, independent learning, and presence of distractions. With the survey, the department would have a better picture of the situation of their students and adequately prepare the right program for them. Schools, for instance, would would know what type of learning approaches it would adopt in the upcoming school year. So the Department of Education said that the survey would also generate critical data for planning, resource allocation, and policy formulation. During the enrollment process,
Hello. Yes, Dr. Justin.
which is
I think, sir, there is a technical problem. We can't hear your voice.
I'll check.
Yeah, sure.
How about this one? Am I already audible?
Yes, now it is clear.
Okay,
Yes, you are
thank you.
audible, sir.
Thank you, thank you. So
Okay,
without a
sir.
doubt, this should I continue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
Okay, thank you. So without a doubt, this initiative from the Department of Education is laudable, but the DepEd or the Department of Education are still faced with another hurdle that will surely limit the full realization of distance learning in the Philippines. According to Huawei's 2020 Global Connectivity Index, which annually ranks 79 nations based on various factors, including digital economic performance, ICT investment, and ICT maturity, the Philippines ranked 59th and it is categorized as a starter. Also, the Department of Education cannot deny that the necessary equipment for their distance learning initiative cannot be afforded by most public school students. So let's talk about numbers. There are 1,042,575 devices, desktops, laptops, and tablets that are distributed across 44,155 schools that account for 93% of public schools in the Philippines. On these more than a million devices, only 459,578 are laptops or tablets that can be brought home, which represents only a very fraction of the overall learners in the public schools, which is 2%. 48% of public schools are, or some 22,645 schools have internet connections. The 8,478 or the 18% public schools are areas with internet service providers but have yet to be connected. DepEd is in tune with the current limitations of the Philippine education's ICT infrastructure. So the DepEd's Information and Communications Technology Service, or ICTS, has a list of specific challenges that our education sector faces with regard to technology infrastructures and limited capacities. So despite of the pandemic, the department have implemented solutions to continue the learning of the students. First is on the implementation of the web application called DeepEd Commons. So it is a web application wherein teachers and students can download and upload materials needed for their education. So to prepare teachers for the new mode of learning, the department series of webinars and online training programs last year. Each of these training has garnered 333,758 teachers from March 11 to May 15, 2020, who have been trained to use the technology that will be used for online learning. The department plans to expand this training, but Unfortunately, there are teachers with limited knowledge in the ICT norms, and there is also the issue of the lack of internet access. According to the Department of Education, early grade levels must be supervised by parents in the use of technology. However, online learning might not always be applicable for the hands-on sessions required in senior high school vocational tracks like welding and automotives. The department also conducted a a learning through television. They call that DipEd TV, where teachers uh, are called broadcasters, and they discuss the lessons through televisions, wherein students can watch uh, those programs from the Department of Education. Another is the self-learning modules, or SLMS. So the SLMS and the other alternative learning delivery modalities are in place to address the needs, situations, and resources of each and every learner, and will cover all the bases in ensuring that basic education will be accessible amid the present crisis posed by COVID-19. So, self-learning modules are delivered in printed format to schools that are located in coastal areas, far-flung provinces, and communities without access to the internet or electricity. For households with gadgets and devices, the department has announced that SLMS can also be accessed online or offline. Another respond was the learner enrollment and survey form, or the tagging facility. Uh, it was the main enrollment tool used for the remote and Dropbox enrollment for school year 2020 to 2021. The tool is an expanded version of the regular enrollment form, which captures not only the basic profile of the learners, but also relevant survey questions for parents designed to profile the household in terms of their readiness for distance education. The survey form captures the following vital information that provided DIPED with evidence in making the implementation of the learning continuity plan, such as the employment status of parents or guardians, manner of going to school of learner, number of learners in every household, presence of household members that can provide instructional support in distance learning, availability of gadgets and devices, their access to internet, preferred learning modality, challenges that may affect learning in distance mode, and number of private school learners who enrolled in public schools. These data and information were used by every region, school division, and school in designing their respective learning continuity plan, particularly in making decisions on what learning modalities will be implemented. These data were also used in determining the budget requirements for the learning continuity plan, particularly on the requirements for learning resources. So as to the parents' preferred learning modality based on the survey, uh, the LESF data show that 8.8 million parents preferred modular learning for their children, while 3.9 million parents preferred blended, 3.8 million preferred online, 1.4 million preferred educational television, and 900,000 parents preferred radio-based instruction, and around a half million preferred other modalities. So meanwhile, the LESF also revealed that 395,743 learners from private schools have transferred to public schools. So I will be presenting to you some of the experiences of the students here in the Philippines. Some of the experiences were also based on the research we conducted, and some are from the articles from the reputable news agencies in the country. Online learning has limitations in a lot of aspects of learning, such as the presence of students during classes, access to learning materials, and teachers' lack of knowledge on the teaching strategies fit for online learning. University students experience absences in their online classes, scarcity of online learning materials, problems with their internet connection, and hard to understand the lessons using online compared to face-to-face classroom learning. So on the picture, as you can see on the slide, is an 18-year-old student from Mabalanoy in San Juan City, Batangas, Philippines, who recently went viral for his outdoor study area that he set up for online school. Uh, he is Joseph Andal, who is a Bachelor of Science in Mechatronics Engineering student at Batangas Stern Colleges. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, Andal could only attend online classes. Though he has a smartphone, it is a struggle to find signal inside their house. Since he needed the signal to be in school, the young student tried to find the best spot where the signal is the strongest. But this happened to be outside their house. Determined to attend his online classes, Andal decided to set up a makeshift study area at that outdoor spot. Using bamboo poles and a curtain, he was even able to create a backdrop that made his setup look more authentic. He has a bamboo table and makes use of bamboo cell phone holder to ensure he could have his hands free to write notes or do what his teachers will instruct. So before I end my presentation, I'm going to leave several questions. First is, how can we implement virtual learning if our students are living in rural communities, slum, and far-flung areas? How are these students supposed to sign up and install an application if they don't have reliable internet access? How can we ensure quality learning if an option for digital tools is limited? And how can students in rural communities and far-flung areas are going to cope with the new normal? So again, special thanks to the organizing committee of the International Conference on the Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering 2021 for inviting me share the status of the implementation of distance learning in the Philippines, particularly in rural part of the country, and to share also some of the experiences of our students. Thank you again, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Justin. And thank you, sir, for sharing valuable information and knowledge with us and informing about, I think, DP Ed applications. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Now, our next keynote speaker is Dr. S. Ravindranath from Maldives. Sir, are you there? Hello. S. Ravindranath, sir. Okay, now, Sir Jitendra. Yashwant Kumar ji. Hello. Hello,
Yes.
Yashwant Kumar ji.
Yes.
Please, are you ready to present your paper? Okay, just a minute. Just a minute. S. Ravindra sir, please unmute yourself.
Dr. Karna, Dr. Pooja.
Yes, sir.
After this, so many other keynote speakers are here. So please invite them. Okay, after the presentation of Jiten sir. Okay, please.
Ha. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, Jitendra Kumar sir, please present. Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. My mic become normal. So can I present now or after this? Hello.
Hello, sir. Please proceed after this.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, Yashwant Kumar. Hello, Yashwant Kumar ji.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Jiten,
I think. Okay. Now, Jiten sir is available. Jiten sir, please present and continue.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Hello.
Sir, my voice is audible, sir?
Hello. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. Myself Jiten Kumar Misra from Madhyanchal Professional University, Bhopal. Today, topic of my presentation is spectrum sensing techniques in cognitive radio network, a review. And I have made this under the guidance of Dr. Pritesh Tiwari sir and Dr. Yaswant Gurmi sir. The outline of my presentation is abstract, introduction, literature review, problem identification, motivation, objective, proposed methodology, expected outcome, references. Due to high demand in the technologies in the field of wireless communication, there is a scarcity of spectrum, and this is a very big challenge how we can allocate the spectrum to all, and how all the subscribers can access their services. Cognitive radio systems have taken a forerunning position in the wireless communication technology, with most of the communication taking place through multi-carrier systems. The allocation of available spectrum to various carriers is a prominent issue. Since cognitive radio system provide an environment of dynamic spectrum allocation, it becomes necessary to perform dynamic spectrum allocation swiftly with due consideration of parameters like power consumption, fair distribution, and minimal error. The ever-increasing demand of wireless communication systems has led to search of suitable spectrum bands for transmission of data. Radio spectrum is scarce. Therefore, there is a need to efficiently use it. Cognitive radio employ the concept of dynamic spectrum reuse. They intelligently identify the spectrum holes in license bands which are used by primary users and dynamically allow the secondary users to transmit in these spaces. The absence of or presence of a licensed user is governed by null hypothesis or alternate hypothesis. The spectrum sensing techniques can sense with prior knowledge of signal and power, or can use blind detection techniques. Recently, spectrum sensing solutions have been developed to provide high detection probability and minimize false alarm rates. Where mainly physical layer matrices are considered, in general, spectrum sensing solutions can be classified as cooperative and non-cooperative spectrum sensing techniques. This paper considers literature review for the spectrum sensing techniques. There are two things. There are licensed users and unlicensed users, and we can also say there are primary users and there are secondary users. And if primary user is not utilizing any application, so secondary user can utilize it, and it can be detected dynamically. And this credit goes to the cognitive radio technology. Spectrum is shared among the secondary networks with preferably minimum interference or no interference being caused to the primary users. Inter-network spectrum sensing can be of two types: cooperative inter-network spectrum sharing or non-cooperative inter-network spectrum sharing. Device-to-device communication for the next generation is also gaining significant attention due to its availability to enhance the spectral efficiency of the system. The cognitive radio includes four main functional blocks. First is spectrum sensing, second is spectrum management, third is spectrum sharing, and fourth is spectrum mobility. I have read some papers. First one is written by G. Ganesan in 2007, and G. Ganesan has used cooperative spectrum sensing scheme. Second paper is written by W. Y. Lee in 2008, and they have also used cooperative spectrum sensing scheme. And in this third paper, R. Dekha has written in 2012, and they have used genetic algorithm application. And again, R. Kumar has written his paper in 2014, and they have used cyclostationary feature detection technique. In the next paper, S. Guru Gopinath has written in 2015, and they have used FAR algorithm, which is based on FFT. And next, H.K. Judge has written in 2017, and they have used particle swarm optimization algorithm. And A.S. Khobragade has written in 2017, and they have used hybrid spectrum sensing scheme. S. Kocher et al. Has written in 2018, and they have used genetic algorithm approach. And C. Gadipatri et al. Has written in 2019, and they have used scheme ant colony optimization. And C.D. Francis et al. In 2019, and they have also used genetic algorithm. And after going through in detail with these papers, so in the first paper, they have used cooperative scheme, and what was the result? There was 35% increase in the cognitive users, increment in the cognitive users. And in this second paper, Wiley, and they have used cooperative spectrum sensing and adaptive also. The parameters spectrum sensing efficiency was maximum, and interference avoidance was also maximum. And in the third paper, they have used genetic algorithm, and SNR false alarm, that was minus 15 dB minimized, probability of detection was maximized. And in this fourth paper, they have used cyclostationary feature detection CFD technique, and the probability of false detection was minus 7 dB, and SNR was better than the energy detection. And in this next paper, they have used FAR algorithm based on FFT, and throughput was maximum. And in this next paper, they have used particle swarm optimization technique. The mean estimation error was low than non-optimal technique. The next paper of Cobra Gadi, they have used hybrid spectrum sensing method, and detection accuracy was good, and there was a signal to noise ratio, spectrum diversity concept was used. For all SNR, there was detection accuracy good. And in this next paper written by Shivangi Kochar, they have used genetic algorithm. ROC curve of genetic algorithm was better than PSO. And in the next paper by Chandrika Gadipatri, they have used ant colony algorithm, but network energy consumption reduced prolonged. And in the last paper written by D. Francis, they have used genetic algorithm, and reliability of spectrum sensing was improved. This is a screenshot of summary, we can say, of techniques used. First, Ganesan has used first Ganesan has used their cooperative spectrum sensing scheme, and second, Wiley also used adaptive plus cyclostationary scheme, cooperative spectrum sensing scheme, and third, is Dekha has used genetic algorithm approach. Fourth, again, R. Kumar has used cyclostationary feature detection technique, and Guru Gopinath have used FAR algorithm based on FFT, and H.K. Jaj has used vertical sum optimization. S. Cobra Gade has used hybrid spectrum sensing approach, and S. Kochar has also used genetic algorithm. C. Gadipati has used ant colony optimization, and C.D. Francis has also used genetic algorithm approach. Problem identification. A major challenge in cognitive radio is that the secondary users need to detect the presence of primary user in a licensed spectrum and quit the frequency band as quickly as possible if the corresponding primary reading emerges in order to avoid interference to primary users. This technique called spectrum sensing. Spectrum sensing estimation is the first step to implement cognitive radio system. Cognitive radio has been skillful technology to improve the spectrum sensing, as it enables cognitive radio to find primary users and let the secondary users. Primary user can also be known as licensed users to utilize the spectrum holes. However, detection of primary users leads to longer sensing time and interference. Spectrum sensing is done in specific time frame, and it is further divided into sensing time and transmission time. Higher the sensing time, better will be detection, and lesser will be the probability of false alarm. The parameters that are evaluated are throughput, probability of false alarm, sensing time, cost, and iteration. The main motivation behind this was because was the cognitive radio technology. Because it's a skillful technology to improve the spectrum sensing, as it enables cognitive radio to find primary users and let secondary users to utilize the spectrum holes. However, detection of primary user leads to longer sensing time and interference. Spectrum sensing is done in a specific time frame, and it is further divided into sensing time and transmission time. So optimization technique is highly required to address the issue of trade-off between sensing time and throughput. The objectives are: the issue of spectrum utilization, wireless communication can be solved in a better way by using cognitive radio technology. Cognitive radios are designed in order to provide highly reliable communication for all users of the network, wherever and whenever needed, and to facilitate effective utilization of the radio spectrum. The spectrum sensing aims to determine spectrum availability and the presence of the licensed users, also known as primary users. Spectrum management is to predict how long the spectrum holes are likely to remain available for use to the unlicensed users, also called cognitive radio users or secondary users. Spectrum sharing is to distribute the spectrum holes fairly among the secondary users, bearing in mind usage cost. Spectrum mobility is to maintain seamless communication requirements during the transition to better spectrum. The main objective is to optimize the spectrum sensing parameters throughput, probability of false alarm, sensing time, cost, iteration. Probability of false alarm. Probability of false alarm occurs when no primary signals are present in the spectrum, but we get the idea that they are present and hence don't allocate bands to the secondary users. It occurs when only noise is present in the channel and energy of noise level exceeds the predefined threshold value, and hence the presence of primary user is detected by the decision-making device. Probability of missed detection. Probability of missed detection occurs when primary signals are present in the spectrum, but we get the idea that they are not present and hence spectrum allocated to other secondary users. This causes interference to the primary users. It happens when a signal is present in the channel and energy of signal present don't exceed the predefined threshold value, and hence the presence of primary users is not detected by the decision-making device. Throughput is the rate of energy detection and utilization of energy, or sensing the free primary users and utilization of primary channel along the secondary user with considering of other different parameters. Proposed methodology here, because I have seen in my literature there are various algorithms which are going to be utilized frequently, but I am proposing a hybrid spectrum sensing technology where I will use particle from optimization algorithm jointly, and as we have seen that by using genetic algorithm, some parameters, the result of some parameters are very good, and some results are there in particle sum optimization also good. So a hybrid technique is proposed. Some summary of genetic algorithm.
Mr. Jitendra?
Yes, madam.
Sir, you have only 2 minutes left. Please continue.
Okay, madam. Genetic algorithm based algorithm is based on 3 techniques: selection.
Dr. Pooja, please allow him to speak because time is there. Few speakers are not. Please allow him to continue. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Jiten sir, please continue.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you. Genetic algorithm. Nature has always been a great source of inspiration to all mankind. In genetic algorithm, there is a large search space which is very populated and has so many possible solutions to the given problem. These solutions undergo many processes to produce new offspring with the help of chromosome, and this process is repeated over again and again until fit particle is found. Genetic algorithm is based on 3 techniques. First is selection, second is crossover, and third one is mutation. In selection method, chromosomes are selected to give a better solution, first particle, the fittest particle as compared to current population. Then crossover is done between 2 fittest particles to create the offspring, and required information is exchanged between 2 particles. After crossover, mutation is done to replace the parental population with new offspring and continues the iteration. Genetic algorithm is a non-linear optimization method that has very strong ability of global searching. This is I am having a flow chart. But before that, I want to discuss particle sum optimization also. Particle sum optimization method, but PSO is a population-based optimal technique which is inspired by social behavior of flock of birds or school of fish. In PSO, there are swarm particles which resides at a position in search space. Initially, it has some position and velocity in search space, which is represented by a vector. It is different from a genetic algorithm in a manner that it does not need any kind of filtering operations such as crossover and mutation. In PSO, particle sum optimization, each particle is assigned with a random position and velocity in whole search space. As it is evolutionary algorithm, so the velocity and position of each particle is updated in every iteration. When the iterations are over, then the fitness function is used to measure the quality of the particle. Each particle in PSO has its local best position and global best position. Global best is the position which position a particle which is closer towards the objective function or optimal function. All particles try to move towards closer to the optimal solution. It is updated every time when some other particles become more near to the optimal value. After one point of time, all particles will converge at an optimal solution. This is the block diagram flow chart of proposed methodology. Here we are proposing that we can use genetic algorithm and particle sum optimization jointly, and it's yet to simulate what we are working on it. Expected outcome. The increase in probability of false alarm increased with the probability in detection over a previous techniques using proposed approach in cognitive radio network. Increase the throughput value over the previous approach. As spectrum demand increase, there are limited numbers of band available to transmitting the data. With using the optimization approach, the use of efficiently these bands. Increase the sensing time over the previous approach. Sensing and monitoring the available spectrum bands reliably to detect the unused portion of the primary user spectrum. These are references which I have taken, and I have discussed about 10 references in my presentation, but I have taken more references in this. And there are 28 references, and I have published in this various papers in terms of parameters, in terms of techniques, in terms of algorithms, and part by part. And this was my presentation about the comparison of techniques which are frequently going to be utilized in the all three processes: spectrum sensing, spectrum allocation, and spectrum sharing. And the cooperative spectrum sensing scheme is widely going to be used. Thank you for giving me space to present my paper. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jitendra Kumar. Any query from the participant side? Okay, now I would like to call Dr. Anupam Vyas, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Dr. Anupam Vyas. Are you there, sir? Okay, now we are moving ahead. So I would like to call our session keynote speakers. Dr. Farah ji from Germany. Madam, are you there? Dr. Farah. Okay, next Dr. S. Ravindranath from Maldives.
Yeah, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, take me introduce yours. Introduce sir. Sir has 21-year experience in academic and research. Sir handled various projects in the subject of marine biology, computer engineering and educations. And sir published various papers in reputed journals and participated in many workshops and conferences in various countries. So, sir, I Puja Sahu welcome you once again. Please share your knowledge with us.
Well, thank you, Pujaji, for the very good introduction. And good afternoon and good day for all of you who are participating in from different part of the world. So let me share my window first. Yeah. Hope all of you can see my screen now.
Yes, sir.
Not
It is
yet. Yeah.
visible, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Once again, good day for all of you. So I'm just today going to have a small presentation on the holistic sustainable development in terms of education. What is happening now, and what was happening earlier, and what is going to be in the coming few more years until it reach into its sustainable goal of development for the education. So the integration of education, innovation, and communication for holistic sustainable development is, I'll just brief about that one. So we all knew that change is the only constant in life. So life is continuously will be changing. There is nothing is constant in life rather than the change. So this change, of course, we started for the present generation level. We have seen from the beginning of the 90s onwards, in drastic changes started happening into the world scenario, and including in the educational field. So in 1992, the Earth Summit actually brought into an Agenda 21, and gradually it has been turned into the Millennium Summit in September 2000 and UN headquarters with the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs. We started hearing about that one in 2015 onwards. So at that time, we have a lot of ambition towards how this is going to be working future and how we are going to mold all these things in future. We started thinking, and different sectors, including the education field, we started working on these aspects. And by 2013, the General Assembly set up around 30 members of open working groups to develop the SDG goals, the SDGs. And finalization of that happened in January 2015 with the developmental agenda for the 2030 agenda for the sustainable development with the 17 SDGs with the UN Sustainable Development Summit. So there onwards, we have started scrutinizing the things in all the 17 goal setup. Among that, even education is also included. So this is a holistic goals which is set up into a drastic change, which we are started facing it, and also that is what going to happen into the education field. So quality education is the fourth goal. We set it as an inclusive education to the foundation for improving the lives. So that was the target for setting the quality education. So based upon that, we all heard that the education for all policies and the national policies of education, even in India and other countries where and all I worked, we have developed many policies with many changeovers and amendments in the preceding time. And that will be helping the education of children in our community. That is what the education for all policy, which comes around 617 million children and adolescents lack in a minimum proficiency in reading and mathematics. So that is what we found out in the due course of operational level. So then we started thinking about the quality education and what is matter for the inclusive and the quality education for the lifelong learning. So that is what education now it is facing very clearly. It's a lifelong learning with inclusive and quality education, which enable the socio-economic mobility, and it's the key for escaping from the poverty. So all the, as I said, that the 17 goals are having interconnected with each other in one or other way. So here in education, one of the targets is that the socio-economic empowerment to the community, so through that to escape the poverty or poverty from the hunger. So, and also the education, we know that it reduces the inequalities and the gender equality. And past several decades, we are working in a different level and making progress into increasing access to the education, and school enrollment rates and the university enrollment rate, all things have been started increasing, especially in terms of the education for the girls. So about 258 million children and youth were still out of school as per the census on 2018. So that is nearly 1/5 of the global population of that age group. So here comes our new change, which we were not at all expecting, which happened into 2019 as a COVID-19 pandemic across the globe. And that again made a very big hindrance into the proceeding path of the educational sector, especially by announcing a temporary closure of the schools and the universities, and around affecting around 91% of students worldwide as a whole. It started. And by April 2020, close to 1.6 billion children and youth were out of school. That means they were not able to access, because we started turning into the online. And even though online was working in many places, including in Maldives, but many students were unable to access it through the online education, either through the either of the tools like Teams or any kind of things, as well as for the television programs, all these things. So there comes the trigger happened in 2019 with the COVID implication. So around 90% of all students out of schools, reversing the years of the progress on education. So there we got in the initial phase of 2020, when it totally shutdown happened, we all got stuck up that how do we proceed with this education? Even though we were using so many ICT models earlier in education, but again, we got a little bit stuck in that time with 90% of students are out of school. So later, gradually, what we had to be in the low-income countries, when we say the children's school completion rate started around 79% in the richest 20% of the household, and 34% in the poorest 20% of household level it has turned. So there, in the initial stages in 2020, we all were in a dilemma how to proceed with these aspects to bring back the pace what we were following into the educational sector. So the progress when we look into, so the primary school completion rate, we have seen around 84% in 2018 and expected for 89% by 2030, which was around 70% only in 2000 when we were looking into. So altogether in 74 countries data for a period of 2011 to 2019. So around 7 in 10 children of age 3 and 4 were developmentally on track in the least 3 of the following, that is the literacy and numeracy, physical development, and the socio-emotional development level. We have seen the variation, and also the learning path too. So that is the things we observed at a later stage. So then the progress when we say the global adult literacy rate of aged 15 years and older, around 86% by 2018 we have noticed, and around the global youth literacy rate of 15 to 24 years age, around 92% in 2018 also we have noticed. So this was the pace we were following, which got affected with the pandemic scenario which has happened. So there are certain challenges, obviously, we faced with certain challenges. So one of the thing, basically, all the steady growth in the enrollment rate was happening, and non-proficient rate remaining despairingly high. And 2018, around 773 million adults, that is 2/3 of whom are women, remained illiterate in terms of reading and writing skills. So generally we say that how much reading and writing skills, that based on that the literacy rate we are calculating. So COVID-19 when increases the magnitude of school closure and setback progress to the access to the education. So most of the schools as well as the universities in many parts of the world got closure because of that, even a short period of time. So the inequalities will also worsen unless the digital divide, the gap between the underconnected and highly digitalized countries are not addressed. So that was the primary thing we were facing in 2020 beginning time when the pandemic strikes and we were forced to close down all the universities and schooling system. So how do we measure the gap between them, and how do we minimize this gap? So the growing international recognition on the ESD, that is the Education for Sustainable Development, that will become an integral element for the quality education and a key enabler for the sustainable development. So, but we kept that one in mind, and again we started working in a different angle to bring back into the system a normal level. So there again, the technology for science and engineering started blooming. So we started utilizing, as I said that earlier also we were using it, but then again, it started coming into action force in a primary phase level. So educational technologies we were using for the past several 2 decades time for the e-learning, instructional technology, information and communication technology, then EdTech, learning technology, multimedia, and TEL and CBI, then computer managed instruction and CBT, etc., etc. We were using a lot many names and lot many things we were using in the earlier decades also, but these all things were forced to use it as only in one channel where all can afford and all can do it with that. That is what the pandemic brought into action. So in reality, when we look into that, we were just moving from 3Ds to 3Ts. That is the disaster-driven digitalization. That is what happened actually all over the world, we can say, because digitalization we have started, as I said, we were using it in the educational field and different sectors, the digitalization, but even then, the disaster, when it happened in a severe way, then it driven more trigger to the digitalization policy. And how do we achieve that is that the 3Ts, that is together teachers and technology. How to bring the teachers and technology together into the learning procedure where the students are also can be inclusive into that educational field. So this is what we are practicing for the last few months, and all over the world it is what happening, and still we are kicking around to bring it maximum opportunistic level so as to make the education betterment into this even in the crisis scenario or in the disaster scenario. So mostly the technology offer the flexibility and the learning support via the virtual reality, artificial intelligence, machine learning. All these aspects are also parallelly working together to bring up education into its level best. And here the positiveness is that pandemic did not stop learning, but changed the learning landscape. That is what really happened. So even though so many access were denied for so many students in different ways, but even then we have changed the learning landscape into yet another dimension, and we are progressing again with that. So in the long-term journey, obviously it is predicted, and we are forecasting also that the education, when we are moving towards inheriting the blockchain mechanism in education. Obviously, the blockchain mechanism nowadays in most of the developed countries, they are following it into many of the industrial areas in the sectors, and this is what going to happen in the coming few years' time into the educational sector too. So that will be the major change, which we have to expect by the end of 2030 maximum. So based on that, the STEM education system, the STEM curriculum, of course, earlier also we were practicing, but now it has been come into, of course, the project-based learning, inquiry-based learning, all these kind of things we started in a different ways, but a clear-cut level of interdisciplinary and applied approach with the STEM application, the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, along with the arts now, because the creativity is also coming. So that is what enter into the 21st century level of learning we are moving now into. So STEM integrate them into a cohesive learning paradigm based upon the real world application. So we started practicing this one for the past 8 months. We are doing it here also in different levels and almost all the grades in the schools as well as in the universities. And we are seeing some of the positive changes in this one. And definitely this will be leading into an entirely different scenario. So STEM to STEAM actually will be giving a different scenario in the 21st century skill learning. So as we all know that the 21st century skill learning is with the 4 C's, that is the critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and the creativity. So these all are the 4 C's which is performing with the 21st century skills. And now most of the student community as well as the teaching community also will be are aware and are more trained with all these sort of level of teaching and learning procedure. So the critical thinking, collaboration, and communication work together will give a creative or innovative things in learning. And that, of course, we are following it in many of the areas now, and we have seen a lot of positive changes into the educational sector in the teaching as well as the learning procedure for the students too. So, so solving the problem, understanding and communicating the ideas, and the working with others, and that will be producing with a high quality work. So that is the maximum innovative or the creative level of work, which is going to give a good solution for the learners in point of a learning system, and also for the educators can also bring their subject areas into a different segmental level of teaching and learning procedure too. So the competencies, when we say for the 21st century educator, when we look into that lifelong learning, of course, education is a lifelong learning. So we have to update ourselves as being an educator, and in the education system, we have to update ourselves, as well as a student community also, they have to update according to the technological level change, and they have to go ahead with the pace how the things are getting changed as fast now what is happening. And skills for being an all-time developing educator. Then what we required obviously is the adaptability and resilience to teach. So we most of the educators here, we were under vigorous training and vigorous self-learning, as well as also trying with a different combination level to find out which methodology of a digitalization will bring maximum effect into the teaching and learning procedure. So the 21st century and the global citizen skills for solving the variable in real life challenges by using the motivating, student-centered, positive pedagogy-driven, and applied digital and the non-digital tools and the approaches. So we have trying in a multiple pedagogical level to bring the digitalization and the changeover into an effective level as quick as possible to avoid the gap in the teaching and learning process. So the main objective of education in general in future, when we say to give the students more freedom to customize their learning depending upon their interest and the ambition. So rather than that is what the student-centric learning, now it is turning. Earlier it was we were taking up into a different level. So now the student-centric learning, based upon their taste and the interest and the ambition, they can customize. So we give the problem and they find out and they customize the things to find the solutions to. So different kinds of, as I said, the different kinds of pedagogies we use for one day, that is lecturing, group work, writing assignments, tests, drama, debates, real life problem solving, experimental practical tasks, as well as the present scenario. Again, it has been little more further moved based upon the storytelling process too. So more than around minimum of 10 different types we use in a day in the teaching and learning process by sure. In a different contextual level and in a different methodological aspects we are using. So as for the John Hattie's teaching strategy, when we look into that, the fundamental purpose of school is to ensure that all students learn and not merely that all students are taught. So learning by doing, of course, this one we started hearing around 20 years back by sure. So that has been changed its face into a different dimension in the 21st century level of learning. So some of the helpful saying I can quote here that give me a fish and I will eat for a day. Teach me how to fish, then I will eat for a lifetime. So that is one of the proverbs we are using. The same thing in the education also. So I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make it to drink because horse has to drink. So that is what that means. The student has to work, then definitely they will be having a learner. So like that, when we look into that, and I hear and I forget, I see, I remember, and I do, I understand. So let the student do it and understand it. So that is the level of learning system has been changed now exclusively with the digitalization as well as for the remote learning aspects too. So we know that we keep the memory for 10% reading, listening 20%, watching 30%, watching and listening around 40%, and talking about around 70%, and doing around 90% we are keeping. So here comes the working together and doing with the key activities, 70% to 90%, which is coming. So that actually developed from the curiosity developed by the students to learn into a particular area with the critical thinking, communication, collaboration, as well as the creativity. So the pedagogies, when we look into that, the core pedagogy, student asking questions, that is inquiry questions, searching for the information in order to collaboratively construct the knowledge with the collaboration work with the other peer groups. So the benefit, students learn 21st century skills in terms of digitalization and the softwares, what all things they were using, as well as along with that, obviously the subject or the topic area also they are going with the curiosity. So the holistic learning approach, when we look into the students actively process their learning, knowledge, skill, as well as the values. And definitely that is what we call it as the student-centered learning, because they are motivated and they generate their own curiosity to work upon. So that is what the inquiry-based learning, or the IBL, and now we stands on. And we are practicing most of these IBL level things nowadays. And for the past 2 years, obviously, not only before COVID we started, but it is giving a very good result we have observed too. So what we can do as an educator here, ask the government to place education as a priority in both policy as well as the practice. Rather than creating the policy, it should bring it into the practice content so that it will be working out as well as in the developmental level too. And lobby our governments to provide a free primary school education to all, including the vulnerable and marginalized group, so as they learn what is education, and they will get an opportunity to learn more better. So that way we can reach into the sustainable development with an innovative approach by the contribution by education to the sustainable development. That is the individual responsibility, ambition, and creativity of both teachers and the students. All diversity results for them. So teachers and students together will be moving ahead to make a holistic level of education. That is what we are expecting in the futuristic level of change in the educational sector. So open electronically supported collaborative learning environment. Of course, we started doing for the past 8 to 9 months. We are going ahead. And 2021, we were expecting that there will be a change, but no, it is going again back into the same procedure what we are following in 2020, and which will give a good opportunity as they allow not only the individual diversification to the competency for the development of the students, also the communication and collaboration when they work and across the boundaries, because nowadays students can even have interaction with the other country students to know much better into the same topic area. So we are conducting a lot of student programs, interexchange programs, where they will exchange their ideas and knowledge, and they gain more about the other country aspects too. So the boundary has been we removed. Actually, the plus point what happened with the COVID is that the whole boundary has been taken out. Now there is no boundary for education, or there is no boundary for teaching and learning. And the flexible nature of this approach allows to fit relatively easy with the existing mode of curricular organization. So that is what going to make the real change in the education set. Without boundary, the learning system will be moving ahead. And let's hope by sure we will achieve it in the coming few years time, and by 2030 it will be a very higher holistic level of educational system, which will be imparting, or which will be giving a good setup to the socio-economic aspects to the community all over the world. So this is what I would like to present in this session. So thank you all for your kind attention. So let's hope that we will have a closer operation for SDG 2030. So thank you all for listening. And thank you for IEEE for giving the opportunity to present. And all the best for the presenters who all are here for the paper presentation too. Thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Anupam Vyas, sir. Please continue, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. S. Ravinath from Maldives.
Yeah,
it was really a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Because the terms which you are using, the proverbs which you are using, examples you are using, and the plan which for the sustainability you presented is really appreciable. The role of the teacher and the role of the student both has been cleared very much. So thanks a lot for such a elaborated and precise presentation. Thanks a lot, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. With pleasure.
Okay. So moving ahead, I just want to request any of the paper presenters who is available in this. If somebody is available who want to present his paper among the paper presenter list, I think we have few paper to be presented. The Sahil Vik, Soubik Ganguly, Jaspreet Kaur or Soubik Ganguly, Muskan or SK Kundu.
One
I
has
think
already.
this has been presented. Samarth Borkar or Jayesh Priolkar. If I am audible.
These people will make presentation tomorrow. They have requested.
Okay, and sir, what about the serial number 7 and 8?
So they are expected to join today. So
Okay,
in the anyone other is available here, one person, one faculty member from Pakistan was expected to join. If
okay,
any keynote speaker is available here, any keynote speaker is available here who has not made the presentation.
Sir, in today's list, one of the presenters is from Pakistan, Dr. Akram.
Yes, she asked the link for me, but she has not joined so far. Let me call her. Let me call her.
Meanwhile, any of other keynote speakers, if you are available in the this virtual room, then please
Join
inform us.
immediately. Please join.
So far we have gone through beautiful keynote speeches with few paper presented, which are of truly international level, and the information which has been provided by the speakers throughout the globe is really very nice. We are expecting one of the keynote speakers from Pakistan to be join us very shortly, and we will start again. Ravinath sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Honorable sir, please.
Sir, I personally want to ask a question to you, sir.
Yeah, sure, please.
Means, sir, as you talked about the sustainability,
yes,
you cleared the role of student and teacher.
Yeah.
So I just want to know whether it is same for means engineering or technology line, or it is same for the other sides also, like art, commerce, or some other subjects which we are going to
Yeah.
see.
Anupam sir, actually, we are actually moving away from the constraint, the confined subject area to collaborative level, actually. So
Okay.
that's what I mentioned, that the STEM was there, we were using earlier, and now it has been termed as the STEAM, but it's the creativity. All the 4 C's of the 21st century level when we look into, so all the aspects will come into that one. So when we were practicing here also at that time, when we give one inquiry-based learning system, when we are giving a PBL or inquiry-based project we are giving, so it includes all the aspects will cover. So it can be incorporated in any subject area within that. So now we are moving out of the subject actually. Earlier we were having a confined subject areas. So now all is coming into a multidisciplinary level, and it is incorporating in all the areas.
Okay, sir, things are moving into interdisciplinary things, and
Yes.
still we have divided world into 2 categories like developing countries and developed countries.
Yes.
So there is already means a scalar difference between the education level of both the things. So
Yeah.
how we can bring these 2 type of nations together?
Well, that's a good question, because now that is what even within the developing country also, or the
There are many
developed country,
scales, right,
yeah,
sir?
there are
Right.
many scales are there. So
Right, sir.
what we have observed here is that when we started, I think by March 2020, we were shifting totally with the lockdown, and we switch over into the educational thing. So education online. So some of us, we were using the tools which is available in the internet, and the Ministry of Education also started thinking of for the low income people to afford with the education. They started the TV programming with the education, like from the Philippines also they are doing the same thing. So most of the country they started, but again there are non-reachable students are there. We are who all are economically too low, not even can afford the TV. So now that developing and developed a nation level also, I think with my viewpoint, I think that will clash down now, because within the country itself that variation is we are going to face it when we are switching over into 21st century skill learning system. So how do we going to address that is the major thing now we are struggling to make it out. How it can be reachable to all the people in an equal level. So that I think now the demarcation between the countries will change into within the country.
Okay. So, sir, starting from the Gurukul culture to these online classes. Obviously, our reach has been extended. Our approach has been extended.
Yeah.
But how we can make a balance between effectivity and means effectivity is being compromised somewhere. I personally feel.
Yes, of course, it is there. That's true. What you said is true. We can view in a different scenario, especially when we know from my school educational time till now how the things have been changed. And now what we are seeing or what we are observing is that we are actually rolling back. Honestly, we are telling we are changing back into the level of Gurukul learning, because learn at home or work at home is nothing but the Gurukul Vidyabhyas, that education coming into a different contextual point of view. That much only is going to happen. But the thing is, a little bit difference will be there in that aspect. And as I said, I mentioned you that about the storytelling aspects. So this storytelling is actually now it is blooming out, and in future the assessment scenarios also will be getting changed. I hope, because now itself we started looking into different types of assessment rather than the traditional giving question and knowledge and understanding level of the student judging. That pattern is will be starting changing, and now also we are doing the internal assessment things and all. We started doing it in a different aspect rather than giving the question and getting the answer back from the students. So the narration, the storytelling, those kind of things, when we look into our Indian culture level, olden days, we were doing it in the educational field too. So I think gradually we are rolling back. We have to roll back. There is no other way. We are rolling back, and we will be. So that's what it's happening. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir, I just want to know about your comments on one statement which I recently heard in IIM Indore. I was there in a training.
Yes.
So the teacher was saying that the time has been changed. That earlier the teacher is considered as a sage on the stage, but nowadays he's only the guide by the side.
Yes.
So what about this, sir?
Yeah, that is the right thing actually. What that sir mentioned is a real thing actually, because teacher is nothing but an facilitator. Earlier, of course, in my school time and all, is what teacher said exactly. We will listen and come back and just study that much only. So beyond that, we don't have the access also. That time only the textbook is there, and not even the TV at that time. So the textbook only the thing which will be giving you the knowledge, and we don't have the variety magazines, educational magazines. I mean, that also was not accessible at that time more when the schooling times. And now knowledge or the knowledge is on your fingertips. So there is no meaning to assess somebody's knowledge. So this actually, which is practiced even in the Cambridge education system from long time onwards. Even we in the mathematics, we are starting learning the formulas by hearting, derivation of the formula, we are learning, etc. But in Cambridge educational system, when we go in the schoolings, they are not learning they are not by hearting the formula. Examination, the student is given the formula book to work out, find the formula and do the practice. Because when I saw first, when I took my career back with the Cambridge education system, I was a little bit surprised when I see that one. Then later I understood that, okay, if the student knows which is the formula to use, then only he can pick that particular formula from that particular book, from that particular chapter area. So student have a knowledge, then only he can search. Even with the book he can do or he can get the formula too. So there is no meaning of mugging up the formula and keep. It's a one point view I'm telling. But there is pros and cons are there for everything. So mugging up, that means we by heart and keep the formula. We were doing like that, and one formula 1A or B in that is getting changed, or one arithmetic the symbol is getting changed, the whole problem get wrong. So that concept will not be happening. But we will be knowing it, okay, this is the thing. So that kind of minute mistakes will be rectified with this one by sure. But again, memory development, of course, it is getting affected now. That I can very clearly state that statement too. the memorization capacity of the new generation students are getting affected. Many we can notice, because they are none of the knowledge is to be memorized, because anything they can just put it in the word in the Google, immediately they get the whole thing about that. So whenever required, immediately they look and do the work, and after that a little bit they'll be remembering. But olden days, we will be memorizing that one, we will be reproducing that one in the examination, and obviously one or other way our memory is assessing in the examination rather than our knowledge. That is a fact too, it was happened. So there is a imbalances and balances. It is getting shifting into a different levels. So that is what happening now. Still, we cannot say that we have reached up to the maximum level of educational things. Still, there are a lot to move ahead. But the present scenario, actually, we are rolling back into our olden level, where we can bring, or we can start with our own pace of education. So that is what the change is happening. So teacher will be a facilitator there, rather than the prime personality with the knowledge. It's not like that. Knowledge will be shared between the teacher and students. Hello.
Yes, sir. I think you rightly said the memorization power is decreasing, means very quickly for new generation.
Yes.
That's why the size of laptop hard disk is increasing rapidly. It's
Yes, of course. That is, yeah, I was about to tell that, but it is so many people are there, then I don't know how will take. Actually, yeah, our brain is shrinking, whereas the hard disk capacity is increasing. That is what happening now.
Yes.
And now this hard disk also, in another 5 years time, this hard disk capacity also will be totally become zero. Now we are moving into the clouding.
Cloud.
So
Yes,
even
right,
now even the hard disk is not required. Everything is in cloud. So that also will be going.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for answering all my queries.
Yeah,
It's
thank you
very
very much,
nice
sir.
to interact with such. It's really nice to interact with such a personality.
Yes, thank you. With pleasure, sir.
Singhal sir, do we have the next keynote speaker from Pakistan with us?
Yes, Dr. Anupam.
Yes,
lot
sir.
of speakers have joined. One doctor, I tell you, Dr. Akram from Pakistan has joined. Please invite her.
Okay. So, in continuation with the series of keynote addresses in this International Virtual Conference of Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering, we have the presence of Dr. Akram from Pakistan. This is really something truly international we are doing from the morning session. So far, we have invited so many speakers from various places throughout the globe. So now we have the representation from Pakistan. I would like to request Dr. Akram to please address all of us over the topic of this virtual conference as a keynote speaker. Dr. Akram, over to you, sir. Over to you, ma'am. Sorry.
Thank you so much for inviting me here, and I have been a speaker. And sorry to say, but I want to rectify my name. My name is Dr. Ikra Akram. You are just calling my name, that's why I just want to rectify it.
Okay. I'm extremely sorry for pronouncing it wrong. Kindly, ma'am, kindly address all of us as a keynote speaker.
Thank you so much.
Your sound is, I think it is getting echo. So I think you are using 2 or more devices near to each other. Means.
Okay, just a minute. I'm.
Okay.
I'm audible now, or?
Okay, ma'am, you are audible. Please continue, ma'am.
I'm just sharing my screen. That's why it's just taking the time.
Okay, you want to share your screen?
Yeah, I want to share my screen.
Okay.
Dr. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Okay, I am Ismail from the Harvard University, and thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak here about the technology advancement in education. My screen is sharing with you.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. And about the teaching children is an accomplishment. Getting children excited about learning is an achievement. It's by Robert John Mihan. And here I have the demonstration about the computer age of 1991. In 1991, we are having the technologies like this. We are having new computers that are just less usable for the people.
Screen is not visible. Are you able to see the screen?
No, sir.
There is no future.
Sir, initially it appeared for a few seconds, but suddenly it has gone again.
Dr. Akram, screen is not coming here. Your presentation is not visible.
My presentation is visible.
No.
Not visible. No.
Just a minute. How could I do that?
You go to the presentation now, bottom corner, bottom left, right corner. Dr. Anupam, please guide her.
I'm just resolving this issue. Just a second. Is it visible now?
Not so far. Yes, it is coming. Just wait for a few seconds.
Yeah, so it's visible now. I think so it's visible now.
No. Yes. Now it's visible. Yes. The first screen you wrote 1991 somewhere. Computer age. Am I right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, ma'am. Please continue. It's visible now.
Okay. When I said I wanted you to pay more attention to me, I don't mean you to follow me on Twitter. That's the real situation that we are having these days in the COVID-19 as well. And I just want to talk about the future of the education. The future of education is often viewed through the lens of drawing and emerging technologies. So perhaps I should be speaking of about the robots and artificial intelligence that is quite discussing these days. And the learning analytics, coding curriculum, big data, mocks and cops, and how they might revolutionize or disrupt education. However, I'm not going to do that. We assume educational technologies will bring benevolent changes to education. Better learning experience, standard pedagogies, enhanced motivation will prepare us for the future. But future is not a set path. Future of education is a struggle, and technology might mislead us. We'll highlight the dark sides of the educational technologies, also the opportunities they offer for PBL and what PBL has to offer to educational technologies. We'll provide two example ideas of digital PBL practices. But before start doing that, about the educational technologies, we have to go back about the future of our education. There must be an industrial revolution in education in which educational science and the ingenuity of educational technology combine to modernize the gross inefficient and clumsy procedures of conventional education. According to Sidney Brodsky, 1924 inventor of the automatic teacher, the first electronic device used in school. The motion picture is designed to revolutionize our educational system. In a few years, it will supplement largely, if not entirely, the use of textbooks. And these are the two scenes which are created on the commonplace of one tomorrow without a doubt. When television will be as indispensable to our everyday home life as the radio program receiver is today. Tomorrow, whole radio broadcast background, so far as the listener is concerned, will be changed when television became a common everyday convenience. Not only will various subjects will be taught or lectured upon and brought into our homes, but the latest styles in men's and women's clothes, furniture, etc. will be flashed on our home television screen and dozen of other advertised products travel towards etc. as well. History of EdTech, not a neat and orderly progression, rather a struggle between perspective pedagogical ideas about the broadcast view and the discussion view. When we are seen towards the broadcast view, we the deliver or make content and resource will be available on demand. And self-paced individualized growth socially and efficiency, reducing the role of the teacher. And if we go towards the discussion view, we are having the knowledge, dialogue, collaboration, and communication, and we are having the discussion-based pedagogy. And we are just enhancing the mutual dependencies or relation between students and between the teachers and between the facilitators. While seeing toward the broadcast view, also confers standardization, institutionalization, industrialization, and mainstreaming. While going towards the discussion view, we are just having group intimacy relations, cooperation, and collaboration, dependency in time, floods, twins. But before thinking about that, we may need to rethink about the behaviorism and the constructionism. We must go through the concepts of the transmission and we must go towards the transformation from the transmission only. We have to change our teacher-oriented pedagogies towards the student-centered pedagogy. We must spend our time from the acquisition to the participation phase. Are these dichotomous the main challenges we are facing in education, and will educational technologies help us resolve these? Will you think about this? Think about this, we will discuss it at last. The real struggle. Perhaps struggles are between market driven or community driven education and educational technologies as well. You say that won't change education as we know it. Would it change? Do my audience think about it? Would I talk to them, Mr. Mr. Anubhav, can I talk about them with them or?
What? Please, will you please repeat?
Could I ask them questions from my audience?
I think in the last of the presentation you can do it.
Okay.
Because there are connectivity issues with various persons, so one might not be able to connect immediately. So I think you should finish it once, then we will go for the questions in a go.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't want to say that technology will not radically reshape education to become egalitarian, progressive, or student-centered. But the radical change of education will technology might even reinforce a market-driven perspective and inequality. PBL was a pretty radical idea within education and thus a unique opportunity for us. Have educational technology transformed pedagogy in our institutions? If the educational institutions are doing worse with them or are doing better with them, we will see towards it. Some contemporary examples which we are using for the betterment of our educational institutions through the technologies, we are just having some examples as the MOOC and the big data and learning analytics. Open educational technologies are emphasized for the rhetoric of public good, but these qualities are slowly displaced by a market perspectives. MOOCs. MOOCs are the massive open online courses which are studied in 2008 as experimental MOOCs. Experimental MOOCs are developed within academia, no official learning goals or credits, non-commercial reading and distributed activities in digital spaces. In 2012, popularization of MOOCs was developed. Ivy League university company spins off Udacity Coursera premises to disrupt education and opening up education to the world. Timed and paced, clear, stable, and learning goals, short targeted video lectures, quizzes, machine assessment, or peer grading. Its concern of MOOCs will be to build on a pedagogy developed on open universities in the 60s. However, often failed to include the insights developed by existing teachers, highly individualized, legal incentives to collaborate, bottleneck problems to reduce need for teachers, often but are courses material open to all data or work, unclear business models, premium course diplomas, neocolonialism rather than capacity building, benefiting the haves over the have-nots, more than destruction, it was perhaps a clever way of entering traditional market for educational technology. Then we will come towards the big data and learning analytics. Learning analytics is the measurement, collection, analysis, and reporting of data about learners and their content for purposes of understanding and optimizing learning and the environments in which it occurs. Promises of optimizing learning for the learner and teachers' understanding of the learner, often associated with the MOOCs with 1,000 plus participants and the big data they produce throughout a course. And the concerns about the big data and the learning analytics are we are just facing technology focus, less on pedagogy and learning, we are just focusing on the technology. Ethics and privacy regarding students' data and who owns the data. Less on how data can be used by students, mainly institutions and the teachers. Less on supporting analysis of collaboration, mainly individual focus. Success is examples about identifying at-risk students, facilitate management more than improving learning practices. How do measurement impact our ways of understanding learning and teaching? And our emphasis on what can be measured rather than what should be measured. The magic mirror of EduTech. A mirror reflecting our wishes and desires, leaving the darker side out of view. MOOCs and club learning also hailed by university managers as a way to cut costs and staff. As PBL researchers and practitioners who see potential for collaboration and problem solving but can easily miss darker sides. Individualized learning and heroism of the group as a site for collaboration, unbinding, and micro degrees. We need to take charge and shape the future of digital PBL. Navigate in the digital age without losing the uniqueness and strengths of PBL, how to develop PBL models and practices that challenge the market view of education and promote sustainable education. Then we are having the third model is a hybrid learning model and the ecological university. Emerging the models and works of the learning, we are having personal learning models and mass collaboration. Both models are challenging us in some ways as we have to understand collaboration and group work within PBL and collaborative learning. But both are not possible to run at the same time. The challenge we are facing in the complex, massive social and personal networks. Personal learning networks, egocentric networks formed for example, social networks like Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram. These also are just having some formal issues about the egocentric network. Transferring and harvesting the egocentric network for information, ideas, and resources, and in the contribution as well. The individual person's ability to form and sustain a personal learning network. Many strengths and potentials, but heavily individualized notion of learning underpinning the ideas of PLNS. Mass collaboration. When we are talking about the mass collaboration is working towards the group discussion and working towards the individualized instructional pedagogy as well. This use uncoordinated mass of people contribute to sustained or more ephemeral constructs, sustained Wikipedia, open sources, some mocks as well. Experiment ephemeral wild or flash activities is this eruption and burst of hectic activities like short-lived activators or massive networks. Then challenges what we are facing in implementing the PBL in our education institutions. How do we ensure that the group and the project work remains as important learning experiences in a globalized, networked world? That PBL remain an anchoring point for students' learning experiences and something which meaningfully connects that thread. We are facing the difficulty that how we could mediate between the knit together the individualized personal learning networks of the students and engage them in meaningful mass collaboration. We have a wealth of personal learning networks in semesters and courses, and we have a resource in students that can engage with others in mass collaboration on important societal challenges. Then two more examples are there about the PBL. We are just having fifth semesters as we discussed before, and we are having collaborative open online projects. Fifth semester development projects in AAU together with Professor Almas Muscofied. Currently, 3 ECTS courses, 15 ECTS projects, relation between courses, and master project challenges. Flipped course might further aggravate the tensions, rethinking direction between courses and projects as a fifth semester. Fifth semester problems and problem analysis as main vehicle of the semester. Courses and lectures should become online resource that students can access. Self-development, self-developed internal as well recommended external material and courses students identify time and activities organized as workshops, discussions, groups, seminars, peer critics, and learning. Use of ICT social media to enable students to share, annotate, collaborate, connect, and produce. Developing a learning community between students and teachers facilitators, but also students create personal learning networks. I am just having the example of 15 ECTS projects. You can see this that we are having a problem and we are having just workshops, seminars, peer critic discussion, seminars, workshops, discussion, and we are just doing these all for the AA online resources, external recommended resources, student selected resources as well. Then we will come towards the collaborative open online projects. Collaborations between universities, NGOs, industry to identify relevant brand challenges, global real world, and open ending problems in a local context. Interdisciplinary globally distributed groups work together with local students and researchers. collaborate, and build an online learning community through ICT and social media. Learning driven by the problems and scaffolded by seminars, discussion groups, researchers, and interaction. Students will produce a small project, gain credit, and the cost is providing us alternative to market-driven mocks and courses as main form of learning, not a course and curriculum. This engagement with the global problem is driver for learning in and between group building a committed learning community, collaboration at scale learning in the group as well as learning from and with other groups forming both small collaborative group network as well as with larger scale complex learning networks, shaping and rethinking the future of education. When we are talking about the future of our education, we must follow the three model universities will not emerge on its own. It will be a struggle. Strong push for individualization of education and access reinforces this. Critical to maintain central values of PBL, groups collaboration, knowledge building, critical thinking, reflectivity, ethics, and we have to develop PBL models and practices that use technology in a sustainable way. Develop digital PBL practices, but we have to ask difficult questions of education: who we are benefiting, who are we leaving out? Ask difficult questions of education technology: whose interests do particularly technology serve? Who owns the technologies and the data? What are the vested interests? Be aware of the magic mirror of the edutech. Distilling education technologies to PBL philosophies and values. PBL philosophies and the values provide the valuable inputs the future development of educational technologies for industry and education. Educational technologies is to support group collaboration, knowledge building, critical thinking, reflexivity, ethics. Learning analytics to improve and to empower students by improving collaboration and critical reflection. Any question? If someone have any question, you can freely ask me.
Uh, I want to
If someone have
request,
any question about my
okay, I would like to request any participants or anyone who is in this virtual conference want to ask anything to Ikra Akram from Pakistan. Your queries are welcomed. Okay. So I think, ma'am, there are no queries regarding the contents which you have shared with all of us. Thank you so much for this such a beautiful presentation, which was almost some very nice slides, some sarcastic way, and the chronology which you have taken into your mind, keeping the technical contents also on. Thank you so much for your presentations. Thank you once again.
thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me and providing me this platform to convey this message.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So, in the continuation, I would like to request Singhal sir, do we have any other keynote speaker with us?
Yes, yes, Dr. Anupam.
Yes, sir.
I was able to see Farha Izgi from Germany is available. Farah, would you
Okay.
like to speak? Farah Izgi from Germany is available. Farah Izgi, she has joined, but probably may not be getting the sound. So
Yes, yes,
anyway,
sir.
let us start the another paper. That paper one is from Sahil Virk is here and Jasprit Kaur is here. So both will make the presentation, and then there are few more presenters. If they are available, we shall request them to make presentation. Okay. So now you may call Dr. Jasprit Kaur.
Okay, Dr. Jaspreet Kaur, if I am audible to you, I would like to request you to please come up and present your paper.
Good evening, sir.
Okay, please carry on, Jaspreet ji.
Can I share my screen? Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, perfectly audible, but your screen is not visible so far.
Sir, just give me a minute. I am trying to present it.
Okay.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible.
Is the PPT visible, sir?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Please
So
carry on.
good evening, everyone. I'm Jappreet Kaur, and the topic of my paper is evolution of the internet and its development over the years and its growth in terms of usage. I've written this paper along with my co-author, Dr. Souvik Ganguly. So, beginning with the presentation, I'd first like to give you all an outline of how the presentation will flow. First of all, there'll be a brief introduction about what internet actually is and from where it has evolved, and then we'll discuss about ARPANET, that is the foremost form of internet, and I'll give you a brief about how ARPANET actually came into picture. We'll then discuss about the evolution of internet over the years and what it has become today. That is under the topic internet today. Coming to the end, we'll see some statistics related to growth of internet. So let us begin with the introduction. The internet and its predecessor, ARPANET, are comprehensive inventions which brought a huge revolution in the computer networking field. ARPA, that is the Advanced Research Projects Agency based in US, was the main body responsible for ARPANET. So ARPANET was followed on by ARPA, which later came up with the satellite networks and experimental packet radio. The internet program was started by APRA when it was felt that the diverse systems now need to be connected. So the Advanced Research Projects Agency network is what we call ARPANET. This was the very first wide area packet switching network with dispersed control and first network in the world to apply TCP and IP protocol. These were the two technologies which formed the technical foundation of the internet. So the Advanced Research Project Agency, as I told you earlier, the ARPA of United States Department of Defense, they were responsible for establishing ARPANET. So the two main names that were involved in the initiation were Bob Taylor and JCR Lickrider. So the foremost computers were set up in 1969, and in 1970, the network control program was implemented. Thereafter, software development supported secluded login, file allocation, and many more uh, uh, things such as electronic mail were introduced to the world. So, talking about the history of ARPANET, the main thing that is the World Wide Web, it was Leonard Klenrock who got the acknowledgement for the original idea of World Wide Web. In 1961, when he started writing about a research paper under the name Information Flow in Large Communication Nets. It was in this paper when the ARPANET topic was brought to the world first time. And along with JCR Licklider, he provided the backbone for the universal stream of electronic mails. In 1969, ARPANET was finally initiated. Moving on, we'll discuss about the evolution of internet. This will be like a journey from how actually internet started. We'll begin with the year 1965. In 1965, the MIT Lincoln Lab used the packet switching technology and made two computers interact with each other. This was the first time when the idea of interaction between computers was originated. 4 years later, in 1969, the forerunner to the internet, that was ARPANET was started, and it was in this very year that the first attempt to log into the SRI computer was made. It was made by a student named Charles Klein. Further, in 1973, the University of College of London finally connected to the ARPANET, making global networking a reality. Thus, thus the term internet was born and introduced to the world. This was the first attempt, and the University College of London finally succeeded in making this thing successful. In 1974, 1 year later, one of the first internet service provider came up with an overview of Telenet. So Telenet was something that was responsible for making ARPANET a marketable platform. 1976, the first ever electronic mail was sent, and the send button was hit by none other than Queen Elizabeth II. 1983, something very important was introduced, that is the DNS system, domain name system. This was meant for the nomenclature of websites. We all are aware of the .coms and the .edus that we all have with our websites. So they were first established in 1983 under the DNS system. 1986, NSF-Net, which is the National Science Foundation, they went operational online and linked the supercomputer centers. 1991 marked as a very important year in the history of internet. This was the year when World Wide Web was finally introduced to the world by CERN. Moving on, in 1994, David Filo and Jerry Yang together created a site named Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web. This was later renamed to Yahoo and is still in trend because Yahoo is something that everybody has an account on. So 1995, some of the most renowned companies like eBay, Craigslist, and Amazon.com went live. Moving further, in 1997, Mark Rudolph and Reed Hastings founded Netflix, which was a company that used to send its users the DVDs. Netflix is something that every youngster, every youth, even the old people these days are fond of because it has kept everybody busy during the lockdown. So moving on, in 1998, the greatest invention of all times, the Google search engine was created. This changed the entire scenario. It changed the way of users to interact with the internet. It connected people from all over the world to each other. 2003, something very shocking happened. Within 10 minutes, the SQL Slammer worm was spread all over the world. This was the first time that in the history of internet that they had to face a virus. That was the SQL Slammer worm. During this time only, websites like Skype and MySpace were debuted to the world. Year 2004, this year brought with it an era of social networking with the launch of Facebook. Along with this, acting like a cherry on the top it was released the Mozilla Firefox and the Google Chrome. 2005, another major launch was made following the previous ones that were YouTube.com and Reddit. YouTube since then has only grown and is growing till date. YouTube has provided all of us a very nice platform to put out our talents, to put out whatever we want to show to the people in the world. 2006, another big launch for the world was Twitter. Jack Dorsey, the founder of the company, launched Twitter with the very first tweet from his own account saying, "Just setting up my Twitter." 2010, this year also witnessed the launch of some amazing platforms like Instagram and Pinterest, giving another boost to the world of internet and to the world of social networking. 2016, a new thing which came into the market this year was the voice activated personal assistant released by Google named the Google Assistant, which was somewhat similar to the Apple Siri, Microsoft's Cortana, and Alexa from Amazon. So 2020, this year itself has marked its presence in the world and in our lives. 2020, along with COVID-19, brought an opportunity for video conferencing and online proctor-based exams, which took over the world due to the pandemic. Apps and softwares like Zoom, Google Meet, Metal, etc. are spread all over the world today, and we cannot imagine our lives sitting at home without them. So this is how the journey of internet has been till date, and this I'm sure will continue to move on at the same pace, at a better pace, I'm sure. Moving to internet today, just within a few years, the internet has emerged as an immensely influential platform which reformed the ways of communication and business forever. The internet has given globalized faces to the world of computer sciences and communication. It has become the global source of information for millions of users worldwide. These inventions have changed the way users interact with the internet. The social media has given the world of communicating a better platform for everybody to express whatever they wish to. The biggest creation of all times, Facebook, has crossed 2 billion users worldwide. Every person in the world who can read and write any one language can easily access the World Wide Web, and that too within their small budgets. Internet has definitely brought the world closer. Moving to the growth of internet these days is growing at a very high pace. Millions of people are connecting to the world, making their presence count every day. The table here shows us how this evolution has taken place and how every year people are connected to the rest of the world. The data presented here clearly shows that in the beginning, 1996, when in the initial days of internet, we had 36 million users. That was around 0.9% of the world population. Moving to 2008, with constant growth, we came to 1,574 million users. That was around 23.5% of the world population. And in June 2020, that was the last data we collected while writing this paper, we had 4,833 million users. That is around 62% of the world population, which is a very large number. So by this, I'd like to conclude the journey of internet. I hope I was able to provide you all with a good view about what internet today is. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Japri ji. Uh, can you put some light? Means I think she's left.
No, sir, I'm here.
Are you
Yes, sir.
okay? Can you put some light over the maintenance of internet worldwide?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you.
The maintenance of internet, because this property doesn't belong to any single person.
Yes,
So
sir.
how we are maintaining the internet worldwide?
So actually, this is something that every nation has its own center, its own like these days it has been like companies like Airtel, Vodafone, Reliance. They have taken up the internet and taken over the internet industries, and there are private companies working over it.
Okay.
So actually, it is a third party maintenance. Network maintenance obviously is essential, otherwise the nothing is going to work out smoothly. So network and maintenance is the third party maintenance is what is letting it work all over the world these days.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Japri ji. Now this presentation is open to all. If anyone want to ask any question to Japri ji, please ask. I would like to make this presentation open to all. Any queries regarding the presentation of internet? If anyone want to ask any question. Okay. So I think your presentation was good enough to elaborate all the things you want to means present over here. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity.
Present in this work. Uh, respected General Chair, do we have any other? do we Germany in the virtual conference? If she can speak to me, I think I am not audible to her. In the
Anupam sir, your voice is not audible. I think some technical problem is there.
okay, okay. Am I audible now?
Ha, yes sir, now audible.
Okay. So I would like to request any other paper presenter who is available in this virtual conference room. I would like to request to present.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. So I want to present the paper.
Okay, your serial number is?
Sir, my serial number is 3, I guess, sir. Sahil Virk and Dr. Souvin Ganguly.
Okay, okay. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, please go ahead. Okay, Madam Virk, please share your screen. Okay, it's perfectly visible.
Sir, is it shared now, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, I, Sahil Virk, and my professor, Dr. Souvin Ganguly, are here to present our paper on the topic Women Empowerment in the New Digital Era. So in this paper, we have discussed the role of digital revolution in bringing a change in the society and how it can be a key to achieve the goal in the gender equality. So in the new digital emerging era, we can use the role of education in achieving the full potential of the woman workforce. So we have discussed the role of education in the woman in this paper also. And to begin with this, I wanted to introduce a paper. So what is women empowerment? So basically, I wanted to introduce you with the introduction. So, women empowerment means providing the power in the hands of the woman and giving all the equal opportunities and all the platforms and all the forums, like in the fields of research, in the fields of aeronautics, in the fields of business, in the fields of politics, etc., so that they can earn their financial autonomy and they can realize their full uh, potential and earn their good living and can bring a positive change and can inspire others in the field of in the society. So here I've depicted a small picture that is the picture of the NASA's organization Mars rover that has successfully been landed on the surface on the dead planet, and have it's a very proud moment for all the Indians as well as the Americans when the scientist Dr. Swati Mohan, who has confirmed the mission success by saying that touchdown confirmed. Perseverance is safely landed on the Mars and it's ready to begin the seeking signs of the past life. And I have given this example so as to show that the importance of education as well, and how the Dr. Swati Mohan is an inspiring role model for all the young scientists all around the world, and how it aspires the young talent in India, as well, and also all the women who wants to achieve the heights of great success in the field of aeronautics. And to add one more point in this slide, I wanted to tell you that economic development and women empowerment, they go hand in hand. That is, if we provide more and more job opportunities for the women, it will thus increase the overall economic development of the country. So moving to the next slide, here I have depicted the distribution of the female population around the globe, and the sea green portion depicts the population of women. Here the population of women is almost as equal to the population of male, and here it is in the continents of the North America, South America, New Zealand, and the and Australia. And when we go to the purplish portion, basically in China and Pakistan as well as in India, and here the population of male is slightly in number, slightly more in number than the female population. But when we point our eyes towards that pink portion, here the population of male outnumbered the female population in a very large number. So here we depict the population of female is widely distribution all around the world. So now moving to our next slide, here I prepared a roadmap for our presentation. So first, we'll discuss how the importance of women and how more job opportunities can be created. How more job opportunities can be created for the women for work from home. And second, we'll discuss the condition of the women in Islamic countries, and third, the role of women in army and her positions, the top more positions, and fourth, the role of women in Make in India mission. Last but not the least, we'll take the aspiring example of the New Zealand country, and we'll take more and will uh, take more suggestions and initiatives from this country for improving the condition of the woman in our society. So first we'll start with the concept of work from home. So there has been a misconception in our minds.
Madam Scientist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
May I request you not to compare with the other countries? You restrict yourself to your countries. It is not advisable to compare the people from one country to another country. Okay?
Okay, sir. Okay, sure, sir.
Okay. So please restrict to your country only. Okay? Please.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. So first we'll go with the concept of work from home. There has always been a misconception only in the minds of the people that only men are the breadwinners of the family, where females are the homemakers. We have to eradicate this misconception in our minds. The females can earn too. The females can feed their families too. Example, the single mothers, and we can also create more employment opportunities for the women, which in turn can make them self-reliant, can make them more self-confident, and which can give a chance to them to achieve their dreams, which they have dreamt in their childhood. And if we create more work opportunities, that is basically in this field, that is work from home, the women can make a balanced relationship or a balance between the professional as well as their personal life. That is, they can also balance their household work as well as their office work as well. And in turn, this will also increase the proportion of women in the service sector as well, and hence it will also increase in turn the GDP as well as economic development of the nation. And now I'll talk about the condition of the woman in Islam. And before discussing this slide, I wanted to show the percentage of the male population as well as the female population in the Islamic in the Islamic countries. And here the red circle encircling these areas have been depicted to show that there are more than 50% of male in the Islamic countries, basically in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, and in Oman, as compared to the around mere 40% or less than that of female population, which clearly depicts that it is a male-dominated society. And uh, Saudi Arabia, if I talk about it, so which is basically Islamic State. Here there are many restrictions on the women, and where women voices are not have been recognized from decades now, and where women has to take permission of their male counterparts for the decisions they take, for the actions they have to take. But a very positive change has been seen, in the recent, where the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, has proved the driving licenses for the Saudi Arabia women, and to uplift the status of the female. And but it has came with many restrictions with it. That is, they have to follow a certain dress code. They don't have to associate it with the unrelated man, and when they have to go to travel, when they go have to work, when they go have to office or to healthcare, they have to have a very written permission from their male counterparts. So it's has been a very good step, but it has been a very restricted uh, restrictive right to free movement for the women. So religion has always been given utmost important. The culture and tradition has always given utmost important in Islamic countries, and gender politics has always been prevalent in them, and which has always led to the gender inequality. So there has to have a very strict reforms in these countries, so that the voices of women should be recognized. They should have been given they should have been given liberty rights. They should have to have a very have to have the right to live an independent life. So they should be have very good independent uh, and good life there. So moving to the next part, I wanted to tell you about the role of women in army. So in the recent times, women were not even allowed to enter in the infantry, and they were not even, given the opportunity or take the in charge of the special operation commanders. So, but now the countries like Israel, the United States, like the France, Australia, and the Canada, they employ the women in the frontline combat positions. So, which make the women realize that they can too participate in the country's defense sector as well. So, what are the benefits of this? First of all, it increases the strength of the country's army. Second, by participating or utilizing the women workforce in the army sector, it increases the human resource development of the country, and in turn, there will be less gender inequality in the country. And all these three factors will in thus in led to the overall economic development of the country. So the participation of women in army is a very, very huge step in improving the status of the women in the country as well, and as well as economic development of the country. So I again repeat, women empowerment and economic development go hand in hand. So moving further, I want to show you an image of a field officer belonging to the U.S. Army, and relating to it, I wanted to tell you about the USA and the Iraq War, where the women played a very important role, and where the women served as the truck drivers, as the gunners, as the military police, as the helicopter pilots as well. So women, they played a very important role during the wars as well. So adding one more point to this, in Israel there is a very mandatory role, that is an 18-old Jewish woman. They have to serve in the army for about 2 years, and then they can may volunteer for the high positions also. So moving to the next slide, here is a picture of the World War II and the participation of women in it. So in the World War II, the participation of women increased from about 26% to around 36%, which is a highly significant number during that time. So during that time, the government employed single women as civil defense, as war industries, as armed forces as well. And women also worked in building ships and building aeroplanes and building in war factories as well. And most importantly, women worked as nurses in healing the wounds of the injured soldiers. So women played a very important role, which remained invisible to the ones to us. And moving to our country, India, towards our Make in India mission, there is less participation of women in the manufacturing sector. That is around 3% to 12% of the women participate in manufacturing sector, but a significant participation of a women, that is 27 to 40% participate in the service sector as well. And what Make in India mission can bring to this, what Make in India mission can bring to women, Make in India mission can bring skills, required trainings to the unprivileged women, which can make them employed, which can boost the participation of women in this manufacturing sector, and thus in all the sectors which requires good training for such the backward sections of the society. And women overall employs around 40% of the labor force, but around 24 or 25% of the senior positions of the companies because of the restricted work opportunities. So we need to give them more work opportunities to the women. And this Make in India mission can boost the women entrepreneurship program in the handicraft industries if the government can provide these women loans at a very low interest rate, and can create incentives and build strategies so as to utilize the full working potential of the women workforce in all the sectors. So coming to the New Zealand, so should I discuss this? I'll continue. Working towards New Zealand, I have basically not criticizing any of the country, but given this example just to draw suggestions, or just an inspire example to motivate ourselves and to draw suggestions from this country to imply their initiatives as well as their policies to improve the status of the women in our country. So New Zealand is highly committed towards the gender equality. It has set an example all over the world by electing most of its parliamentary positions to the women. So out of around 120 positions, 57 are required by women, which constitutes about 48%. So it has around five parties, which have shown here: Labour Party, ACT Party, Green Party, National Party, and the Maori Party. So next we move. It was the first country in the world which has granted the women the right to vote on 19th of September 1893, and I've shown a picture of the women's suffrage movement during the 1990s. If I talk about the initiatives taken by the New Zealand country for uplifting this condition of the women, the Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, it has committed to distribute the free period products in school so as to eradicate the period poverty in the country, and so that it can increase the participation of the girls attendance in the schools, and to make a very positive change in the well-being and health of the female. So this was all about the presentation. Now to conclude it, as said by the UN, it said, when more women work, economies grow. So when there are more work opportunities available for the women, then economies will definitely grow. So if there will be more liberty rights given in the Islamic states, then there will be more women empowerment. If there are equal opportunities given to the women in the army, in the top combat frontline positions, then there will be more self-reliance and the self-confidence possessed by the women. And moving further, providing training skills up to the unprivileged and backward section of society can augment countries' growth to the new levels. And drawing ideas from the New Zealand and such countries like this can countries like this can increase and uplift the condition of the women, and we should work on such path of the women progress. So this is all about my presentation. Thank you so much for listening to it. And are there any questions? So questions.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, Thank you, Shalpreet.
Yes,
Such a
ma'am.
nice presentation. Any query from the participant side? Okay, thank you, Shalpreet. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there any other participants available? Those who want to present the paper?
Any other participants, specifically Farhana, Ijgi, you are here. Are you? You are our honorable keynote speaker. Are you able to hear me?
Sorry,
So,
sir. Sorry, sir. I was disconnected for a minute, sir.
no, it's okay. No problem.
It's okay,
No
sir.
problem.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
I am looking if anybody else is available.
Yes,
Professor
sir.
Mr. Sonwale is available here. So probably any other presenter is available here. So probably nobody is here. So Dr. Pooja Sahu, please summarize and propose vote of thanks for today's meeting. And tomorrow we shall continue at sharp 10 a.m. So please join 5 minutes before the scheduled time. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you all the participants, speakers, and honorable teachers. Thank you for today's sessions. And now tomorrow will be our next session, and there should be a 5 or 6 paper presentation. So all must join at sharp at 10 p.m. Sorry, 10 a.m. tomorrow, and in at Indian time.
Madam,
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am, in the morning my introduction I missed because there was some technical issue with my instrument. Is it okay, ma'am?
Okay, ma'am. Whenever you have a time, then you can join.
No, ma'am. I was there. I have joined it, but due to technical issue with my headphone, I could not give my introduction. In the morning, everyone was giving introduction, right?
Oh, okay, ma'am.
So
So
I'm
it's
just
okay, ma'am.
extremely sorry for that. That's all.
It's
No,
okay,
it's
ma'am.
okay.
It's okay. We will consider it. Okay, ma'am. Okay,
Single,
sir.
sir.
So
On
yes, Dr.
uh,
Anupam,
uh,
sir.
Sir, on behalf of Bundelkhand University, also I want to say thank you for this beautiful first day of this international virtual conference, sir. Today again we have a galaxy of intellects again as keynote speakers and papers are there, sir. Thank you for providing us this opportunity, sir. Single, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So we are closing today's meeting and tomorrow we shall continue. Okay.
Okay,
Tomorrow, please
okay, sir.
join
Okay.
5 minutes before the scheduled time. Okay. Thank you. And there might be